Greetings, everyone. Keith here. Hoping everybody's having a good day, enjoying life, living life, loving life. Got the like, share, and subscribe button down there for everybody if you would hit that. And of course, there's PayPal link for anybody that wants to share some love down in the details. StreamYard link is there for anybody that wants to join the panel. And we've got John with us again tonight. How you doing, John?
Doing great, Keith.
Good, good. Always glad to hear that. As you see, we're going to talk about letters of credit tonight. But before we get into that, I wanted to touch on a topic as it relates to myself and personalities triggering people, word of mouth advertising, things like that, as it relates to your research and knowledge. So we're going to put up, we've got Joe Rogan and somebody else here discussing Michael Jordan's Hitler mustache. And that's what a lot of people call it. But as we again see through our research, that's not what it's actually called. And Hitler certainly got it from somewhere else. So we're going to discuss that here with this little video. Please, oops, wrong one. So please enjoy this, and we'll discuss it when we're done.
Like I used to play Quake competitively. And if you tell people how Quake teams are, that they're clans, they're Quake clans, people are like, what?
And then they were like, you mean like the KKK? You're like, no, just a group of people.
No, like Quake, you fucking idiot.
With a common mentality. That's it.
A band of people.
A band, yeah, brothers.
But that happens. People just take over something, and then that something becomes negative from then on.
Well, then they have a platform as well. You know, then they're like social justice warriors about it. You know, they're like cheering it from the rooftops and making tweets about it and how it's a fucked up situation.
Are they really? I don't think anybody's doing that.
Well, you know, like if you were to say any word, people are like, oh my God,
they could.
This person said this. It's racist. It's like, I was just saying clan. I wasn't saying anything else.
But it's like the Hitler mustache. You just got to let it go. It's too tricky.
It is. If you get
anybody
caught up
wants
in
to
it,
wear the Hitler mustache now, like you can't.
What? Really?
You can't.
Who wants to wear it? Is somebody
Michael
wearing
Jordan
it?
wore it for a while.
That's right. He did.
That's right.
Oh my God. He did, playing basketball. That's kind of fun.
I don't know if he was playing basketball. I think he was.
He wasn't? He was retired?
Like a Hanes commercial or something, I think.
Oh,
yeah. He had a goddamn Hitler.
That's brazen.
You can't even, like, when does it become a Charlie Chaplin? It starts as a Hitler. Like when it gets to the outer edge of the nostrils, is it a Charlie Chaplin?
Well, Charlie Chaplin had a Hitler. He modeled it after Hitler.
Did he?
Yeah, Hitler was a huge fan of Chaplin. Absolutely. There's some crossover there.
You mean Chaplin was a huge fan of Hitler?
Hitler was a fan of Chaplin.
Right.
And Chaplin just kind of, because Chaplin was a little bit of a rebel, man.
So why did Chaplin wear his mustache?
I think it's like a little tongue-in-cheek.
How Michael Jordan's Hitler mustache boosted sales at Hanes. Let me see that photo.
Wow.
Make that larger. Dude, that is so crazy. That is so crazy.
That is wild.
Even he had to give it up. Even Michael motherfucking Jordan.
What does that second paragraph say?
Jordan camouflages the mustaches to a small extent with a corresponding soul.
Damn it, my apologies. We'll just discuss it at the end, like I said, but I was stating there the chronological order of the toothbrush mustache and then Charlie Chaplin. And because Hitler liked Charlie Chaplin, he too started wearing the same mustache. It's a chronological order. You need to do your research, get the facts right. So when these guys call it a Hitler mustache, when in fact it's not a Hitler mustache, and it was in fact Hitler copying Charlie Chaplin, and Charlie Chaplin used a style known as a toothbrush mustache.
Patch under his bottom lip, but the lip beard appears to be exactly that, a beard trying to disguise the Teutonic neighbor upstairs.
What a great sentence.
Yeah, that's a great
That's
sentence.
a great sentence.
It's Teutonic neighbor.
Teutonic neighbor. That's
I don't
really
even know
good.
what Teutonic means. Do you know what Teutonic means? I've never used that word.
It's capitalized.
I would-
Well, hit it.
First of all, in the beginning was a word, and that comes out by sound first. So just sound it out. What is it saying? 2 tones. Watch what they say.
Maybe
Let's
like
see. Probably because it's not a real word, and motherfucker thinks it's a
has to do
name.
with war or something. Like some.
Okay, let's see what it says.
Relating to the two tones.
Relating to two tones,
Germanic
denoting
branch.
Germanic branch,
See? 2 tones. Germanic branch, listen,
the Indo-European language family.
Indo-European language family. Now, you have 2 tones of German language. You have German and you have High German.
I hate when
Relating to
that's
two
the
tones.
definition.
Okay.
You're
Teutonic.
like, what's
Wait a minute.
Teutonic?
So go back to that. Go back to that statement again. Back
It's-
to the statement
Oh.
that we're just reading from. Yeah. Okay. Says a beard trying to disguise its Teutonic neighbor upstairs. How is that?
So maybe those people wore those stashes. Maybe Hitler got it from
'Cause
those
no,
people.
So you have a mustache above your lip and a mustache below your lip. They're just 2 different sets of hairlines. Okay? One is a higher tone, one is a lower tone. What do you speak with? What tones? What forms the tones that you speak in? Your lips? Is that part of forming those tones?
Oh, it's
People?
because it's Germanic.
Right.
Yeah.
But like, who's the?
Denoting a Germanic. Maybe it was a Germanic mustache.
Yeah, maybe it was a la mode of the times.
Yeah. I mean, maybe a bunch of people had Hitler's.
Kind of like how there's full beards now. This like is a full beard the Hitler of our society. Just like a common
I
beard.
don't think so.
Can you imagine if somebody rolled around with a Hitler stash today? That'd be really wild.
You can't.
You can't.
2 tones, and again, it's just another form of duality.
That's too much, right?
Yeah, but here's what's weird. And I've talked about this on stage too. Why is it okay to dress like Genghis Khan
Who's dressing like Genghis Khan?
if you want to do it for Halloween?
Why is it okay?
Yeah.
What do you mean? Like it shouldn't be okay?
Well, you can't be a Nazi. You can't be Hitler.
Yeah.
So just by wearing the mustache, am I Hitler? Am I a Nazi? See, it's relative to the intent that I use it for.
That's just
People won't let you.
it's also kind of lacking creativity. Like you want to be a Hitler, it's like dressing up like a sexy baby. Are we really doing this? Is this
A lot of people
necessary?
are doing that.
No one needs to see sexy babies. No one needs to see.
Is it really necessary? So I don't want to relate this to the sexy baby theme, but that's basically what she's trying to do is relate the sexy baby theme to a Hitler theme when it's not a Hitler theme. Okay? That's your perception of a toothbrush mustache and the ignorance that you have as it relates to your research.
See a Hitler.
Well, slow your roll because some girls
You cannot conflate the two as the same.
should definitely dress like a sexy baby.
Okay, so girls can dress like sexy babies, but I can't dress like a baby and open up packages on YouTube.
You could dress like a baby and open up packages on YouTube. No
Okay.
one's stopping you.
Okay,
Well, you're
well,
like
couldn't
fighting
do
these
it.
invisible foes.
So I can wear this mustache and no one can stop me. The difference is people think they can because they can get away with calling it a Hitler mustache to project their own ignorance. or trying to use that as an ad hominem attack.
O's.
Because you just said that it would be cute, and now before it wasn't when I wanted to do it.
I don't know what you're talking about. I didn't think you're serious.
This AI.
So it has nothing to do at all with anybody else's interpretation. It has everything to do with my intent. And one of the things I want to let everybody know as part of my intent is in this social experiment that I'm conducting myself, and it does not require your participation. See, when I go out into public like this, not one fucking word is said. Yet people seem to think that through this metaverse, and that they can have the balls to say stuff like that. And again, like I said, it only proves your own ignorance. Keep running your mouth. Keep laying your rope. I'm going to keep smiling at you. What do you think, John?
Well, I think that the Nazi symbol was used way before they used it.
Absolutely.
Nothing new under the sun, right?
Good point. See, the Nazis got their symbolism from somebody else prior. The English language came from other languages prior, that came from other languages prior, and they're all symbolisms. So it's not a matter of what you interpret. If you want to stop somewhere along the line and say, well, it relates to that, without doing your further research to find out where it truly began. In beginning was the word. What say ye? Not what write you, not what symbolize, what you symbolize. What say ye?
Exactly.
I mean, isn't that the oral traditions? I mean, isn't that what the natives had for their tradition? They didn't write shit down. They used some kind of symbols for their own little artistic intents to create an individualism. But when it came to their laws and the conjunction of those laws with their daily activities, it went to the spirits in the sky and their oral traditions of what those people did before them, not what they wrote or symbolized, but what they did. And I think this is important in today's lesson here today, or research, I'll call it, because I'm still researching all this stuff myself. Like I said before, I research this stuff and then I go back and re-research it. And I'm going to have to re-research it later on in the future because things always change. And one of the things I want to mention before we get started is that the biggest change that we're going through today that I hope people are going to start to see is the technological industrial revolution. And this is a conversion of our ability to use an electronic form to then convert it to, or a paper form, definitive paper form, to convert it to an electronic form, to then produce a chain of title. Okay? In the paper realm that we have what's known as destruction of paper, mutilation, damage, injury, loss, harm. That's where all that occurs, is in the paperwork. And in order to preserve that paperwork, we now, even under the Paperwork Reduction Act and the Environmental Protection Acts and stuff, to reduce the use of paperwork, we now have a forum where we can enter in that chain of title ourselves first. We can do that through our own private sites. Your word is your bond. And if it comes from an outside source, it's going to be their bond. And it's not until you go in yourself and start constructing that inner self privately will that inner self have any standing in this fictional world. It's the Tom Sawyer cannot tattletale on Mark Twain because it's fictional. Their fictional system is nothing but that. And they're using Tom Sawyer to control Samuel Clemens by misplacing Mark Twain. You, the author, in person, for yourself as the man, for anything third person fictional. First, second, and third. That's the Trinity, the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit that emanates from within. You have to go back in. No way around it, folks. You cannot do this by having somebody else do it for you. Period. You have to understand where your credence comes from. And it's not from anywhere else outside of you except the internal God and that which you are using to observe his world or her world, whatever your God is, that you believe created yourself and everything around you. For you to have dominion, you have to give credit to that. You cannot take credit for that yourself. No one will believe you. People will only have certain faith in a king because they know even he got his power from their God. Understand this. So we're going to get into letter of credit. Get over here. And if you've got, oops, we lost John. I was just going to say, if you got anything to say before we get into it, then please do. I'll be keeping an eye on the back for you. In the meantime, we got, what is a letter of credit? Letter of credit, what it is, examples, and how one is used. Remember, it's a usufruct. So don't you get to use somebody else's credit? Whose credit are you going to use? There is but one Father which art in heaven. If you're going to use the credit of the nation that is a fake, fictional, patronymical, symbolic image, then you're using the wrong credit. That's an obligation or other security of the credit. What is a letter of credit? A letter of credit or credit letter is a letter from a bank guaranteeing that a buyer's payment to a seller will be received on time and for the correct amount. So what is a buyer's payment to a seller? Remember, that's the purchase order. The purchase order from the car lot is issued by the buyer. And he's making a payment to the guy that he's issuing the purchase order to. See, he's holding that car as a trustee, as an import of the United States. It's their obligation, okay? Not the buyer's. They're responsible for the holding. That car lot is a holding company, right? So if the United States is the grantee and the automobile dealer is the trustee, and you come in as a seller, as a beneficiary, what is it you are selling? You're selling them the credit to transfer the properties. Will be received on time and for the correct amount. That purchase order is something used to obtain money, property, labor, or services on credit. If the buyer is unable to make a payment on the purchase, the bank will be required to cover the full or remaining amount of the purchase. It may be offered as a facility, financial assistance that is essentially a loan. If the buyer, the automobile dealership, is unable to make a payment on the purchase, the bank will be required to cover the full or remaining amount on the purchase. It may be offered as a facility, financial assistance that is essentially a loan. So it would be essentially a loan to the buyer, the automobile dealership. And since it was a loan, it would be based on the premise that the bank is required to cover the full or remaining amount of the purchase. But if the bank is using a letter of credit, directing them to use the credits established through the special deposit of a chattel bond, a birth certificate, with its own letter of credit and a letter of instruction for that particular purchase order, then it just goes through your bond. And again, it's the extension of credit, and that is an equal consideration for all parties. So everybody gets to party. It's all credit. I hope you're catching on. You got any questions about that so far, John? I mean, that does make sense to me. Does it make sense to you?
Yeah.
Anybody else in the chat, if you have anything, please let me know if you find any discord with that. Go ahead, John.
Yeah, I think these also guard against like a risk insolvency or uncertainty.
Well, doesn't it sound like a indemnification,
Yeah,
peace treaty, amnesty, armistice? They're all the same. Aren't those all equal consideration, equal benefit? Sounds like a damn contract, but again, like I said, folks, every contract can only be fulfilled under a trust. So let's get going. And of course, that birth certificate on special deposit is deposited into a trust account, a private trust account established with that bank through a private bank offer. That's where you deal with them in the back room. You don't go to a teller in front, like I said. You don't go to one of those booths in the front. You deal directly with the bank trustee in the back office.
in chambers.
Correct. Due to the nature of international dealings, that's implicating that a letter of credit is an international instrument. Because like we've heard before, negotiable instruments under the UCC operate worldwide, including such factors such as distance, differing laws in each country, and difficulty in knowing each party personally. The use of letters of credit has become a very important aspect of international trade to protect buyers and sellers. There's that replication of the same language in different words: indemnification, protection, insurance, assurance, amnesty, full acquittance and discharge, debt cancellation. They're all the same things. Key takeaways. It says a letter of credit is a document sent from a bank or financial institute that guarantees that a seller will receive a buyer's payment on time and for the full amount. So again, it's going to have equal consideration that the buyer will receive the seller's payment, which is credit. You're going to exchange the credit for the automobile. You get your automobile, they get the credits. Now the credits on their account are assets that they can convert to cash. That's all you're doing. You're giving them a way to convert the credit that you both get to use, full faith and credit of the United States for your obligation and theirs by securitizing the transaction in the interest of the United States to make sure, under the espionage laws and the Patriot Act, that you are not trading with an enemy. It's a recognition that, hey, we're friends, amicus curiae, of the courts of the United States. We don't need to bring it controversy. We need to do this in private outside of the courts so it doesn't look bad on the United States in their obligations. Letters of credit are often used within the international trade industry. Within the international trade industry, there are many different letters of credit, including one called a revolving letter of credit. So that when you extend that credit and that credit has been transferred, there's still credit sitting there because all it is a transfer of numbers. So that number swings right back around into your account. There was no charge for anybody. Banks collect a fee for issuing a letter of credit. That's fine. That operates under that same revolution of credit. Letter of credit, a letter from a bank guaranteeing that a buyer's payment to a seller will be received on time and for the correct amount on credit and qualified duly on credit. How a letter of credit works. Buyers of major purchases. So how do you buy a purchase? Do you guys understand what's going on with the language? Buyers of major purchases may need a letter of credit to assure the seller that the payment will be made. Oh, so now the buyer has to have a letter of credit and the seller has to have a letter of credit. That's the negotiating term that gives equal consideration and equal benefit, credit for credit. If the automobile dealership has a letter of credit, shouldn't you be able to ask for that letter of credit with the purchase order? I mean, that's what it's supposed to back up, right? So now you've got a letter of credit from the dealership that you can structure your own letter of credit on for the qualifying equal considerations that may not be mentioned. A bank issues a letter of credit to guarantee the payment to the seller. Remember, that purchase order says the issuer is the buyer and the one receiving it, the one he gives it to, is the seller. So a bank issues a letter of credit to guarantee the payment to the seller. So again, if you take that purchase order into that bank with your birth certificate and that letter of credit, now they can issue a letter of credit because you just issued them a letter of credit. Now you got an equal consideration for quid pro quo. And they have to issue, or they should already have one from the dealership. So now you've got 3 letters of credit. Essentially taking responsibility, and of course that banker is that private trustee that is the transfer agent under 12 U.S.C. 411 for making payment of all taxes, insurances, and stuff like that. Read that. We'll read that again real quick here. We'll get done with this paragraph. Essentially taking responsibility that the seller will be paid. A buyer must prove to the bank that they have enough assets or a sufficient line of credit to pay before the bank will guarantee the payment to the seller. So again, if the car lot has that car and is holding it on behalf of the United States as the importer, the full faith and credit through that MCO is already there. Okay? Obligations and other securities of the United States includes all bonds. That MCO is a bond on bonded paper. Okay? Trustee is the one that's holding it. Now, if that car lot sends it to the state, now the state becomes... So either way, you have somebody that's holding that MCO that has an obligation to the United States and their interest to set off that debt and to go forth and make a claim against the United States under that holding would be again a claim against the one that gives them that very grant of that foreign jurisdiction. And they are truly the ones acting as an enemy of the United States under that very zip code. Okay? Remember, it's
Yep.
that zip code, that foreign trade zone, and that address that backs the negotiable instruments through the Postal Realty Trust, Inc., that has the Real Estate Investment Trust under the SEC for all securitizations. So let's look up 12 USC 411, issuance to reserve banks. Issuance to reserve banks. Oops, too far. Nature of obligation. The nature of the obligation is the interest of the United States to make sure that the banks are fulfilling their obligation that trades do not happen with enemies. Okay? Redemption. Federal Reserve notes to be issued at the discretion of the Board of Governors of the Federal Reserve System for the purpose of making advances to Federal Reserve banks through the Federal Reserve agents as hereinafter set forth, and for no other purpose are authorized. The said notes shall be obligations of the United States. Okay, so the bank has an obligation to the United States by holding those notes. Remember, a note is a promise. So they're the holder of the promise. And shall be receivable by all national member banks and Federal Reserve banks, and for all taxes, customs, and other public dues. Okay? So under the public dues, you're a private man, and as a benefactor to the beneficiary, you have the right to set forth a negotiation so you can receive the property on behalf of the beneficiary, and at the beneficiary's instruction, use that property in the usufruct. Does that make sense, John?
Yeah, especially when we're the owner, record owner.
Absolutely.
That's really the bedrock to this whole thing.
And
And
how are we the owner of the document?
Well, we got the energy. We're the ones lifting the pen.
Right. It's that pen that we put the data elements into that record. That record is no good if all of those applications are blank. Has zero value. So they can hand out all the applications they want, but if they go and file 13 because nobody fills them out, they get nothing because they gave nothing. Okay? They wasted paper. So now they can do electronic applications. And it's giving you a way to privately blockchain all of those data elements so that if any credit goes out, it'll come back to you because there's a chain of title. In this paper system, there's a stoppage in the chains of title because nobody's making the proper claim as the benefactor to the beneficiary estate established when they were born.
Yep. And then we accept title assuming that we're a public officer. Which
Correct.
Yeah.
And when we learn how to establish that private trust where we can start assuming those tasks in the right capacity as the benefactor because we have knowledge, that's the true benefit. And now we can give them directions in how their paperwork and credit system works by very minimal documentation. And instead of using envelopes to forward bills, we can just walk our happy ass down to the bank, or we can still use that envelope and send it instead of back to the billing company, forward it to the banker. Okay? So it's still, in the realm of paperwork reduction. And once you have that set up through a definitive paper, you can now set it up with a letter of credit or a letter of instruction to convert it to a paper or electronic credit system, not debit, credit. That's the problem with like this PayPal card. It's got a MasterCard on it, which is a credit card company. But somewhere they converted a credit to a debit because they put it in somebody else's name. So the credit line stopped somewhere. Okay, that's what we're trying to fix, is that you wouldn't have any credit for your credit card to begin with if it weren't for my name. Because that's where the United States gets all of its credit from in their banking system to allow you to offer such credit card under their obligation and under security of the United States as a card to obtain money, property, labor, or services on credit.
Yeah. And before the Paperwork Reduction Act, I like the plain English movement. Remember that one?
Oh yeah, that's what we went over last night, or not last night, the night before. I didn't do one last night, I don't think. The paperwork reduction, or the Plain Writing Act is in 5 U.S.C. 301, where it mentions that things are applicable to the Department of Defense. And under the Plain Writing Act, they talk about the minimum birth registration requirements, and that's a United States citizenship that is impossible. There's no record of it. It's a presumption. Every last bit of it is a presumption. Because there's no birth registration in the United States, ask the ABA. Don't know what to tell you. That's your fault for writing that up. That's your fault for letting that out. So let's continue on with this letter of credit then. It says banks typically require a pledge of securities or cash as collateral for issuing a letter of credit. So when I pledge a security, which is the birth certificate, with my own letter of credit establishing that security as full faith and credit under the United States because of those seals, and therefore as holder in due course, I get to enforce that full faith and credit in a letter of instruction to special deposit it for revolving line of credit. Does that make sense, John?
Yeah, especially when credits are already there.
Yep. And I'm going to drop the StreamYard link in case anybody else wants to come up. You know, folks, I'd really wish people would come up on this panel and ask questions, make your comments. Thanks. It's an image and likeness. Let's see here. Nothing new under the sun. It's just that whoever has the money, gold, and most guns can rebrand things. Yeah, that's the image and likeness. What are you going to rebrand it as? And are you going to pass that credence on to the true creator? I don't care if you rebrand something, as long as you give credit where credit's due. Yes, got to take responsibility. On the cover of my copy of Autobiography, Mark Twain, it says the authentic, original version. Absolutely. Introduction. I intend this autobiography shall become a model for all future autobiographies, a form and method whereby the past and the present are constantly brought face to face, resulting in contrasts which newly fire up the interest all along, like contact of flint with steel. Very well written. I like that. Thank you very much. Samuel Clemens is one of my favorites. I love him dearly. He's the one that brought up the generation skipping trust concept issue in regards to his publishings to the Congress. And he's the one that got it extended in years to, I think, 30 years. I think we did a video on that not too long, or discussed it in a video stream not too long ago. And it is now currently 70 years for copyright. So after a musical copywritten work goes beyond the 70 years, now people can claim it and rewrite it and claim a copyright on their rewritten without giving that extended credit to somebody else. This is, I can't remember, Gary Owens or something wrote a song called Signified Monkey. And over the years, because of the copyright extensions, his original copyright only lasted for like 24 years, but then Congress changed it and became 36 years or something. They changed again 50 years. Now it's 70 years. But back then the copyright was much shorter. And so somebody else got their hands on it, rewrote it, and I think they even renamed it. I don't think it was called the Signified Monkey. But it goes to the aspect, the reason I brought that particular one up is because we were talking about symbology. See, the melanated people, their language to this day, we saw it in the 80s when they come out with Ebonics out in California, and it spread across the nation like wildfire, because the melanated people use a more symbolic language. Today, there's still tribes in Africa that use what they call a click language. It's amazing. But anyway, let's get back on topic. It says, because a letter of credit is typically a negotiable instrument, the issuing bank, and you can issue it yourself. You can perform the functions of public office, and you can perform the functions of a bank. You just have to know what you're doing. This is what I've said before. Why would you hand your banking over to a bank if you didn't know how to bank? Wouldn't you rather find someone that knew how to bank, that could teach you how banking is done, so that when you do hand things over to a banker, you do so appropriately so they can't take advantage of you, which we've known for eons that that's what bankers do? Isn't that why Jesus turned flipped the tables? Come on, people, think! The issuing bank pays the beneficiary. So if the issuing bank pays the beneficiary, or any bank nominated by the beneficiary, so aren't you the beneficiary? So
But no,
don't
Keith,
you get,
because that's the fiction.
right, but isn't the fiction that owns the property? And that's why I say it's a usufruct system. So you give a directive from the beneficiary, Keith Little, the legal name, to Keith hyphen Orland full : stop Little full : stop. You have to make a distinction. You have to name the entities, and they are distinct entities, distinctly different. Benefactor is the one that gives to the beneficiary. So if I gave all the credits to the beneficiary, then the beneficiary is the one that owns those credits and can convert those credits into assets. Think. Isn't that what a credit account is? Is an asset, and you can convert those credits to physical assets by a purchase order for transfer of the credit. See, a Social Security account, that's an account of the United States. That's a sub-account of the United States. Again, it wouldn't be created without the help of the United States and you. So they are a definite trustee to both the principal interest and the interest on the obligation to that principal for conferring that nationality as a gift. And that state cannot be using that gift against the beneficiary. They're not supposed to be ledgering public liabilities. They're supposed to be transferring credits, pure and simple. It's already set up that way, and they're not doing it that way. If a letter of credit is transferable, the beneficiary may assign another entity, such as a corporate parent or a third party, the right to draw. Remember we were talking about drawing rights? So now if the letter of credit from the beneficiary states that Keith Little grants the right to Keith Orland of the family Little through the third party, Keith Orland Little FBU, the right to draw the negotiable instruments hereto forthwith, I think that's pretty simple. I mean, it's simple language. If a letter of credit is transferable, the beneficiary may assign another entity. Now, if that letter of credit is transferable, what makes it transferable? Where it's at and who has the authorization to do so. Social Security gave you a card, authorized representative, and you are the third party representative between them and the bank. And you are just transferring that credit, and you get to do so by getting a birth certificate as holder in due course and draw up your own letter of credit and give a letter of instruction with it. 3 primary documents for proper and appropriate routing. And remember, I don't know that any of this mentions that you have to have an identification other than you have to identify the parties. None of these parties in these documents are required to identify themselves, are they? They can't. Somebody else has to hold that identification. If you're the one holding the foundational documents, aren't you the one creating or proven to be the creator of that fictional entity? I mean, John Smith can't claim Keith Little. Joseph Mouthard as a bencher, a banker, a barter, a barker can't make that claim. The International Chamber of Commerce's Uniform Customs and Practices for Documentary Credits. See, it's the documents that hold the credits. It's the documents that hold the liabilities. It's the documents that hold those debits and credits. It's the documents that they keep the ledger with. And they're documents of title, as I've mentioned before. They have titles on them. Overseas letters of credit used in international transactions. Let me ask you, if every bank deposit is a foreign deposit, then isn't every bank operating in international transactions?
Yep.
If they're operating in international transactions, then why are they requiring you to have a local identification? Aren't they allowed to internationally transact with foreigners as well? And when they interact with those foreigners, are they asking them for a photo ID, or are they asking them for international diplomatic travel documents? How much a letter of credit costs? Banks will usually charge a fee for a letter of credit, which can be a percentage of the total credit that they are backing. The cost of a letter of credit will vary by bank and the size of the letter of credit. For example, the bank may charge 0.75% of the amount that it's guaranteeing. Fees can also depend on the type of letter. In an import-export situation, and I've spoken about this, again, if you're the buyer or if they're the buyer and you're a seller, then it becomes not just a creditor-debtor situation on both sides of the letter. It's an importer-exporter. You are exporting and importing. You are performing those functions. An unconfirmed letter of credit is less costly. A confirmed letter of credit may have higher fees attached based on the issuing bank's credit strength. Types of letters of credit. The types of letters of credit include a commercial letter of credit, a revolving letter of credit, a traveler's letter of credit, a confirmed letter of credit, and a standby letter of credit. You know, this reminds me of back when I was going through my last court case on that possession charge over 7 years ago. And they appointed me a standby public defender. See, it's that standby that is stepping in as a trustee to perform those functions. See, that standby is supposed to be passing on the credits as well as the debits. But again, somewhere along the line, people have forgotten on one side of the ledger that that's true. And so on their side of the ledger, they operate with the debits and credits. But when it comes to your side, as a trustee, they do not operate those credits because there's no letter of credit. Because there's really no power of appointment. It's all a presumption. And they don't have to presume what is not true if they know it to not be true. International trade will also sometimes use an unsecured red clause letter of credit. Let's take a peek. I haven't looked at this one. It says, what is a red clause letter of credit? A red clause letter of credit is a specific type of letter of credit in which a buyer extends an unsecured loan to a seller. Sounds like what we've been doing all along. Red clause letters of credit permit documentary credit beneficiaries to receive funds for any merchandise outlined in a letter of credit. These letters are commonly used by beneficiaries who act as purchasing agents for buyers in another country. So if the beneficiary is in the country of Iowa and he wants to act as a purchasing agent for Keith Little in the United States, you know, Keith Orland Little acting as the purchasing agent with instructions from the beneficiary Keith Little, upper and lowercase, to act for purchasing agent Keith Orland Little, all uppercase, in the United States. You see how that grammar starts playing an effect? You have three different venues there. You have Keith Orland, full colon stop, Little, full colon stop, as the natural man who is going to be the benefactor to the beneficiary. The beneficiary being Keith Little at the state level, and he's going to act for a purchasing agent at the United States level, the Keith Orland Little, all uppercase, the trust. That's what the title is. It's a decedent estate, and it's a trust fund. And so Keith Orland, full colon stop, Little, full colon stop, again is going to be in a dual capacity, also acting as that foreign country in another country. He's going to be the purchasing agent and the benefactor. They just don't mention the benefactor. As a benefactor, he's going to give the credits to the beneficiary. You got to give credit where credit's due so it can be converted to assets. And it's going to be converted to assets through the letter of credit issued in a foreign country, even if it's down at the local bank in the interest of the United States. Again, it's their account. A red clause letter of credit is an unsecured loan that a buyer extends to the seller considered in advance. Ooh, what was that, 12 U.S.C. 411? So, if you give an unsecured loan to a bank, not knowing that it's an unsecured loan in a deposit situation where you deposit a check and you don't qualify that check for its credit value, the bank is going to take that credit value. It's an unsecured loan. It's a gift of God. These letters of credit are often used to facilitate international exports and trade. International exports. So they're going to get your property and export it. Okay? Red clause letters of credit are a way for sellers to boost their working capital. These letters of credit can be more expensive than regular letters of credit, however. The funds provided in a red clause letter of credit are known as advances. These advances are then deducted from the face amount of the credit when it is presented for payment. Red clause letters are usually employed to facilitate international exports and trade. These letters of credit were originally written in red ink. So again, don't tell me that ink color doesn't make a difference. A red clause letter of credit allows for an exporter to obtain pre-shipment finance. Remember what finance was. Although available credits is usually only part of the estimated value. It could even be the entire sales value. Remember that 12 U.S.C. 813 definition of deposit. The unpaid balance of money or its equivalent. A buyer can expand their supply sources with a red clause letter of credit. Most buyers shy away from becoming involved in financing goods that have not yet been shipped. So if that automobile sits on that dealership lot, it's already been shipped, and you can use a red letter of credit. And that's what they're doing. They're using your letter of credit as a red letter of credit because it's unsecured, and then they get to secure it with a qualified signature and through the proper discharge and set off under full faith and credit to receive those credits themselves. Same thing a bank does. Anybody that's doing those financings, if you're not doing the finance yourself, they're going to do it for you. So let's get back to the last one. And the next one, you got anything to say yet, John? We got Goldsmith here with us. How you doing tonight, Goldsmith?
I'm doing all right, man. How you guys doing? Just catching you guys a little late.
That's all right. We're probably still going to be here for a while.
Okay, that's good.
You got anything, John?
No, I guess not. No, not right now. I don't.
So we're understanding everything pretty simple, isn't it? I mean, when we talk about that standby letter of credit, I think that's exactly what it's all about. Is you're making a setup where they're going to operate under that standby as that standby trustee on the private side. Otherwise, they're already a private trustee or a public trustee, and that's why you need to make the private assignments. They can qualify for those assignments just as well. You can't, but they can. They're the actual transfer agent for all those advances, taxes, fees, fines, and all that. Greetings, Russ. How you doing tonight?
Greetings, brother. Doing well. Doing well. Hope all's well with you.
Good, good. Yeah, Yes M says, I know someone tried signing over credits as their account trustee. I didn't think they should assume status of trustee. Nevertheless, it did not work. This is a property tax situation. Yeah, you have to clear the property tax situation. You can't come in as trustee and say, well, I'm going to take over the taxes if the taxes aren't valid to begin with. Okay? Understand that property tax is based on the simple fact that you're performing some kind of commercial transaction out of that house. That's your principal place of business. That's what that national address format is making a presumption of. And you're using the legal name at the top, saying that you are the legal representative for the street name security of the street name, entitled after or under the power of the municipality as a resident under a bonded number with the Postal Service for exclusive jurisdiction, and you don't have that. And it's under a trust expressed in the third line, the last line, wherein they have a zip code, city, state, and zip, as if though you're a resident in that zone as a federal, state, or municipal officer or agent whose resident presence is deemed necessary. Sorry, that equates to two impossibilities. First of all, the United States doesn't exist. The United States citizen was never born in the United States. There's no record stating so, other than your presumption that you placed on the record saying, yeah, I'm a United States citizen, because you didn't know the difference. Okay? The second being that resident, you already know you're not a federal, state, or municipal officer or agent. You never took an oath. You never signed a valid contract with an oath taker. You never signed a valid contract with the governor of the state. Not once. You're not driving at the pleasure of the governor. You're not performing commercially at the pleasure of the governor. None of that. It's not true. Two impossibilities. You have to qualify those things. So you can't step up as a trustee in that public trust. You can step in as the beneficiary and explain that, hey, I'm the holder of the beneficiary as a benefactor. See, the legal title combined with the equity title collapses the trust. Now you can merge it with your own private trust. That's the resurrection. As a holder in due course, even though that trust collapses, you can retain the value as its remainder and revert it in a merger to your private trust. The Keith Orland Little credits in resurrection, because they actually belong to me. I'm holding the title, the legal title, and John Smith can't, because he's not named Keith Little. I get to merge that with the equitable title, and that becomes the express private trust. So long as I know that information, and as beneficiary, benefactor can give those letters of credit and letters of instruction with the qualifying instruments already designed and bonded under 18 U.S.C. 8. Like I said, everybody, it's already said and done. You just have to follow the process. Following the process is a mere matter of qualifying yourself in this beneficiary capacity. As the benefactor to the beneficiary, I'm the one that gave the data elements. And in that, I have principal interest as holder in due course. As principal interest of holder in due course, I get to order them to send me a copy. In that, I am forced to use a fiat currency system of the United States. Therefore, to discharge it, I must place it in the interest of the United States. The state can't do that. Congress shall lay and collect taxes, duties, imposts, and excises, not the state legislatures. This is a direct payment method. Okay? The commercial letter of credit is a direct payment method. Okay? I'm giving them a directive for full acquittance and discharge. It's a directive. That's all it is. It's synonymous with the letter of instruction, letter of credit. They're all basically the same thing, saying the same thing over and over again. You got a birth certificate that's under full faith and credit. You can faithfully write a letter of credit and back it with a letter of instruction supporting the direction from where it came. All glory goes to God. I got the credit from him. I'm going to extend it to you, but you know as well as I do, what he puts out goes back. So it's got to come back to me so I can give it back to him. Give unto Caesar what belongs to Caesar. Their system belongs to them. They constructed it for them to use, and they have to qualify that use. In a usufruct system, they can authorize us to use it, but we have to know the capacity of that authorization, and so do they. And again, like I said, if we understand our authorization to use it as a benefactor in a beneficial system that has a beneficiary identification, we can use that. Samuel Clemens, Mark Twain, Tom Sawyer. This is the direct payment method which the issuing bank makes the payments to the beneficiary. In contrast, a standby letter of credit is a secondary payment method in which the bank pays the beneficiary only when the holder cannot. So now we're showing them that this is a beneficiary, and we're going to transfer credits from this beneficiary to this beneficiary, and we're the only ones that can do that. Is a secondary method in which the bank pays the beneficiary only when the holder cannot. So as the holder, I cannot pay the beneficiary, but as holder, I have enforcement of the transfer of obtaining that property on credit. And so I can only pass those credits through a transfer agent as an advance from this account to this account. I think it's pretty simple. So let's look at the revolving letter of credit. This kind of letter allows a customer to make any number of draws within a certain limit during a specific time period. It can be useful if there are frequent shipments of merchandise, for example, and you don't want to redraft or edit letters of credit each time. Does that sound like monthly payments? So that if I've got a rental payment, I can make a revolving letter of credit. Say I've got a $1,000 rental payment a month. I can establish a $1,000 account, $1,000, and revolve that credit. At the end of the month, when I receive my benefit, the credit's returned. That's when the payment comes up due, so it goes back to them. So they essentially end up holding on $1,000 in credits that they can convert to cash assets every month, and that's their investment. At the end of the year, the one-year lease, we renew the lease, I get my $1,000 back, I can establish another $1,000 revolving line of credit. If you guys have any questions, interrupt me, stop me. But that's my interpretation so far. It's an advance payment, just like I prepaid expenses video here a couple months ago. Prepaid insurances, prepaid expenses. I'll have to pull that up. At the end of the month, it's an installment plan. Your lease is an installment plan. And like I just mentioned with ours, we just re-signed ours, and we made sure to put a definition in there that it actually says rental agreement. And so we made sure that the definition rental agreement means credit agreement. So now in that credit agreement, we can establish a revolving letter of credit. And say on a commercial letter of credit, say I put in a $250,000 bond special deposit, and I can use that for multiple revolving letters of credit. One for my utility bill, one for my cable bill, one for release, one for everything that's monthly. And it all acts on that revolving letter of credit based on $250,000. So one account is set up for the $1,000. Say my phone bill is $200 a month. I can set one up for $200. Utility bill $200. Whatever it is, and I can set that up based on this one here. So whatever my yearly revolving credit is, I can subtract that from the $250,000, and say it's $50,000. I can turn around and use the other $200,000 as a purchase buffer for purchasing a car or a houseboat or whatever else I need to purchase that I think I need to purchase. And again, that commercial letter of credit would be something you'd renew every year with the bank. New birth certificate, just order another birth certificate every year, send it to the bank. Operate off that. Whatever amount you need to make it for. You don't have to be ridiculous and drop one in there for $100 billion, okay? I understand that's we went over that, but I'm trying to show you that the importance is the value in knowing how it's transferred and your needs, not your desires and wants and wishes and great fantasies. You have to learn how to control those. So though it may be nice to see that the SEC actually has somebody up there with a birth certificate claiming $100 billion value, I think that's a little bit ridiculous, and I think it's a little bit beyond the reach of the comprehension of most, but it's still there, and it's evidence through my research that things like that do happen. But we don't have to take all those means of knowing how to all those things operate, but just the simple basics that a credit is something that has to go out and return. That's what this system of circulation is based on. It's just like an electric current. Electrical. Tri. T-R-I-E-L-E-C. It's what you elect in life, your choices, and there has to be a bond. Okay, this is your basic quantum electrical responses in your own body. Confirmed letter of credit involves a bank other than the issuing bank guaranteeing the letter of credit. This is the one I'm talking about, where I'm the issuer of the letter of credit, and though I'm not a bank, I still have the plenary powers. I have the full powers of doing the exact same thing in my private capacity. You can't say somebody in a public office has a greater power than those in the private because they got all of their public powers, duties, delegations, and offices and titles and administrative agencies and all of that from the very people that created this system. Okay, the system doesn't create anything. The second bank is the confirming bank, typically the seller's bank. Remember that purchase order. If you're getting a purchase order from the automobile dealer and they are the buyer and they are issuing it to a seller, you are the seller. So again, confirming my concept that I am giving a letter of credit to the bank to make this transfer happen, because they should be able to obtain a letter of credit from the dealership as well, confirming that we're both of equal capacity of performing under an obligation of peace and allowing the United States to fulfill its obligations of assurances in those public accommodations. The confirming bank ensures, again, there's that ensure versus insure, endorse versus endorse. Okay, endorse versus endorse, insure versus insure. It's the same thing. They're going to qualify it by an endorsement. And you can even assign them. Again, you can even assign them under those powers of grant as the benefactor to sign up the documents that they require as trustee, again, releasing them of their liability in that signature. Because all they're doing is transferring credits. They're not handling assets other than the credits, and it's merely a transfer, electronic, which is insured, guaranteed, secured, and time-stamped. They have security certificates and timestamps for every keystroke. That's what secures them. That's the blockchain. Okay? All you're doing is allowing a private blockchain to be accessed. The confirming bank ensures payment under the letter of credit if the holder and the issuing bank default. The holder and the issuing bank default. So again, the Social Security is where you're going to get those credits from. That's the state's Department of Commerce or state's taxation department, state treasury. All those people that are performing under that obligation or other security of the United States already. Okay? They're the issuer. They're the ones that gave you that bonded document with the seals on it under full faith and credit. That's the issue. You're the holder, and you're going to issue it as a holder in due course, capable to transfer both the title and the credits through a letter of instruction qualified under a letter of credit. The issuing bank in international transactions typically requests this arrangement. The issuing bank in international transactions typically requests this arrangement. So if an issuing bank in international transactions, they all operate in international transactions. You have to understand this. By giving them that resident identification, they are considering it a domestic transaction for the United States or for the state, but they themselves are still foreign agents. Understand this. I don't care if they do carry a state ID, but while they're working at the bank, they are under that employee badge. The standby letter of credit provides payment if something does not occur, which is the opposite of how types of letters of credit are structured. Let's read that again. It says a standby letter of credit provides payment if something does not occur, which is the opposite of how other types of letters of credit are structured. So instead of facilitating or loaning a transaction with funding, a standby letter of credit is like an insurance contract in that it protects and compensates one party, the beneficiary, if the other party named in the agreement fails to perform the stated duty or meet certain service level agreements outlined in the letter of credit. So, when you got that Social Security card and the Social Security, instead of loaning a transaction with funding, a standby letter of credit, they insured a contract that protects them. They displaced the liability. Now you have to displace that liability yourself in that signature, and if you don't, somebody else will qualify it, taking those credits and leaving that liability on you still. Do you see how it happens today now, folks? Without qualifying that signature, you're operating under a standby letter of credit under that Social Security card because you didn't qualify that signature to begin with, because nobody ever taught you this. You guys got any comments so far? And greetings, I-Man. Oops, we lost somebody there. You're muted if you're speaking, sister.
Greetings, brother. Yes, I was just looking, reading about letters of credit past evening, and then you're doing this today. I have some questions because now I'm understanding. Am I on mute?
No, you're fine. I had to turn your volume up, but you're fine.
Okay. I'm remembering in my past time, I had to go to a banking system, and because I wanted to do my own startup business, and I was told, why don't you go and inquire about a letter of credit? And so by me giving data elements, since I've been learning about this, I was really extending credit to them. And then when they gave me an extension of credit or a letter of credit, so so I'm told that was given back to me. It was my own credit they were giving back to me, correct?
Correct. And
So
so
if
from now
we,
on, if we understand that from now on, I'm going to mute you real quick. You're bouncing back. But from now on, if we understand that, how am I? No, I got to mute you, sister. I'll be.
I'm on mute.
There you go. So if we understand this, when we operate under these instruments, they're extending our credit to us. And in the documentation, all we have to do is fulfill the circulation part of that and let them know that instead of bringing that credit to us, we have the holder of the instrument to enforce it. We're going to hand those credits to you. So all we're doing is matching up a negotiable instrument with a bond under full faith and credit, and giving a letter of instruction with it. So you can take that employment application and use that as a letter of credit. Write up a letter of instruction with it, attach that birth certificate bond, and here you go. Now instead of making $7.50 an hour, you can put it on there. You want your principal amount every month and get it monthly. And you can, and it's separate from everybody else because now you got a private contract, non-taxable and everything.
So
now
are
you're
you
up.
saying, brother, excuse me, brother Keith, are you saying that now when you're making the negotiations, you're now having to deal with a director and you're giving directives on what you would like to have occurred?
Correct. Yeah, you're going to let them know that, hey, I know the credit comes from here, and I know you're giving it to me, and then I'm converting those credits to cash, and that's the end of the credits. That credit's supposed to go back to the beneficiary, right? What he puts out comes back. All
I
right.
agree with you. I'm just trying to see the visual of it, because if the instrument is a negotiable item, and then you are the holder if you're holding it, and then when you transfer it by giving it to someone else, they become the holder now. Is that correct?
Yes, and as a holder,
And they
they
give it
have,
back to you.
well,
Now you
again,
become the receiver as a beneficiary. Is that correct?
well, yeah, but it depends on how everything works too. You got to remember, if you're not qualifying your signature, they may not give it back. You go to a bank and you sign a promissory note, and you don't qualify that signature. They take that promissory note, qualify that signature, and get those credits, and then they do a credit default swap, and now they have you signing at closing an installment plan, a monthly installment plan. They didn't process a loan. They took the credits and gave you, and in exchange, gave you an installment plan because you didn't know it. Once we learn this stuff, we can stop that. We don't need a promissory note. Why would we need a promissory note if there's already credits there?
So basically, I think I'm hearing you say, for instance, you're going to, say you're going to rent. You would draft up your document, and then within there, you would put in the information pertaining to you as the benefactor and the beneficiary, and then you would give them a directive in order for them to perform their functions of public office, and then in them giving the directives, then they have to follow through with the directives. And at the same time, you qualify your signature, then that settles the debt. Am I correct?
Correct. You're actually giving them a gift of God. See, when you understand this credit system, if the United States conferred a nationality of United States citizenship under an obligation and other security of the United States that is obligated for all bonds, okay, that's a credit system. You have to give credit to the United States. They created a wonderful system where a centralized point could be used to discharge and set off debts. Okay? That's the credit of the system.
Okay, so now it also makes sense to me because the extension of credit is the energy from private men and women being transferred, correct?
Correct. And so far with the United States debt, it's showing that people don't know how to transfer credits. They don't know how to operate in credit system. So they are a debt on society. It makes society look bad. So let's continue on. It says example of a letter of credit. It says Citibank offers letters of credit for buyers in Latin America, Africa, Eastern Europe, Asia, and the Middle East who may have difficulty obtaining international credit on their own. See what happens here? Did you know that credit is, in fact, international? Okay, again, let me explain this gross domestic product and the sweat equity labor that goes into those gross domestic products that every nation's leader goes forth with in a postal congress every so often and donates 10%. United States happens to donate a lot more, and this is what President Trump's talking about. He's tired of nations not putting into the gross domestic product donation of the IMF, okay, to build up the credit system based on your sweat equity so it can return to you. He's trying to help enhance the credit system of the United States citizen and their sweat equity by demanding these other nations stand up and start putting in their percentage like they agreed to, and they're not. Okay? The United States is, in fact, through that credit system, supporting the backs of many other nations. And so when we think about this, they go forth in that postal congress and they donate a percentage of the gross domestic product to the IMF. Do you suppose they do it in pounds of gold? Do you suppose they do it in wool or silk linens or maybe nice cigars? Or do they use a gross domestic product itself, or is there a conversion to credit? Because the IMF can't hold assets just like no other fictional entity can. They can't hold assets. All they can do is record credits that can then be converted into assets known as cash or property. Citibank's letter of credit helps exporters minimize the importer country's risk and issuing banks commercial credit risk. So now we're talking about insurance. And if you're the one that's giving all the credit, exporting the data elements, it's done to minimize the importer country's risk and issuing banks commercial credit. So why are they holding that against you as if though you are the risk? Because they need you in that fear that you need insurance in order to distract you from the fact that you are the true creditor. And if you're the true creditor, then why the fuck would you need insurance for them? If they know you're the true creditor, why would you need insurance? Again, because it's a usufruct system and they consider everything theirs.
But isn't the banks the one who is responsible for paying the interest based on, I think the code is 12 U.S. Code 1431. Am I correct or not?
Actually, it's 12 U.S.C. 411, Federal Reserve notes to be issued at the discretion of the Board of Governors of the Federal Reserve System for the purpose of making advances to Federal Reserve banks through the Federal Reserve agents as hereinafter set forth, and for no other purpose are authorized. The said notes shall be obligations of the United States and shall be receivable by all national and member banks and Federal Reserve banks, and for all taxes, customs, and other public dues, including interests. They're all public dues. They're not private dues, because no private man demands. The private man is the investor. He wants you to invest into his credits. He wants you to do so peacefully. He wants to minimize the importer country's risk and the issuing bank's commercial risk, commercial credit risk.
Yes, because when I'm reading under 12 U.S. Code 1431, it says powers and duties of banks. And it says directors to borrow and give security therefore, and to pay interest thereon, to issue debentures, bonds, and other obligations.
Right, and that's to borrow and give security. So again, when you deposit, special deposit, that birth certificate, it's a security, and you special deposit it in that bank. That's a loan, meaning they're a borrower. They're going to borrow that document for its credit because they can't hold it themselves. So they have to have a special directive allowing them to hold it as a holder in due course so they can enforce the proper laws discharging public dues.
So it seems like all organizations and businesses are all depositories.
Correct. They all have a cash teller, a drawer. That's a financial institution. You got a wallet. You got a purse, ladies. That's a financial institution. Take a look at what facility means. You're going to facilitate. You facilitate these interactions, these commercial transactions. Again, without you, they cannot facilitate the transfers because they can't hold the assets. You have to facilitate the transfers. You're the only one that can do that. Your misinterpretation or not knowing these laws is what causes them to be able to access those assets and acquire them through your miscomprehension or not knowing. It says letters of credit are typically provided within 2 business days, guaranteeing payment by the confirming Citibank branch. This benefit is especially valuable when a client is located in a potentially unstable economic environment. Do you suppose it's potentially economically unstable to have a stupid population that doesn't know they're not supposed to be touching those Federal Reserve notes because they're not Federal Reserve agents and are not supposed to be giving such advances? So instead of using them to facilitate purchases, they're supposed to redeem them through the Federal Reserve Bank with a letter of credit. I mean, it's got the proper seals on it for full faith and credit. Go ahead, sister.
Exactly. And you know what? Today is also another divinely ordered day because I was just off the phone before you came on, and I was giving a brother the same code to read about 12 U.S. Code 411, that they're only for a particular purpose only, and taxes are duly paid by stamps. And you, it's incredible because everything that I talked about today, you're speaking about it now. So I love you, brother. That's all I can say.
All glory goes to him. It all comes full circle, baby. So yes, Adam says, why would this example be irrevocable if the signee did not comprehend how to qualify the signature? Because as it goes to the integrity of the record must reflect accurately. So if any time in the future, if somebody comprehends that there's an error, say myself, I'm 58 years old. So the copyright record or copyright establishment says 70 years. So I got to make the claim before I reach 70 years of age to make that claim on my mother's estate as the informant. And again, it's the mother's estate. Okay? Understand that? The mother's estate through the father's estate. You're making the claim of the actual birthright so that the material right of inheritance can be manifested. You have to return to your Father which art in heaven so you can have your material estate back. That's all we're doing. So if it's irrevocable, Anytime that you find an error, it can be brought up and that record has to be corrected. It has to reflect accurately. Even if it's past the 70 years, you can still correct it. You just say, you're likely not going to get those credits.
So basically, one of the other thing I'm also hearing, brother, is that like the father deposits the source of the information into the mother. So she now carries it, and that's the investment that the father transfers to the mother, and now she grows and she takes care of it until it's discharged into the child is discharged into the world. Am I correct?
Absolutely. We have to understand the breath of life. Okay, mom gets the seed from dad. That seed starts growing. That's one cell. But even that one cell still has to have oxygen. Every cell in your body gets a distribution of oxygen. So until that body, that one cell, develops into a fully grown body that can then be discharged of mother's waters and has the capacity in his lungs to be able to take upon that breath of life. It's all a trusteeship. Put your houses in order. So until the man can acquire the heavenly fatherhood and understand that it's not about his legacy. It's about the legacy that came before him that is going to continue on through him. That he can then entrust his legacy into a maternal bond. Now you have a paternal and maternal bonding that has to occur. That's an equivalence of keeping your houses in order so that both parents, mom and dad, and it's only because the dad understands the principle of the legacy that can then pass it on to that woman so that they can create that bond so that they can then bring that child up in the word of the Lord. Because if there's any difference in the mom and dad and how they're supposed to bring up that child can be brought up in a duality of confusion, not knowing who to listen to. And today we have this venue where we have many people being brought up in single family or single parent homes under the mother. And so we have this society of pansies. That's just my opinion, of course.
Well, it seems to be, brother, that the disconnect comes when the mother goes into these military installations, what we call hospitals, and to deliver the gift from the Most High. Then what they're doing before the mother can really make that connection between the child and the mother before the delivery, they're severing the life connection, that cord. And so the mother, there's a disconnect there. And so the mother doesn't really know if in fact, the child really arrived because she never got the opportunity to keep the connection together. So when the child does come out completely, she knows that the child is arrived safely, and then the placenta finally dislodges from the inside of the uterus, and now she knows they are one. And I think that's where a lot of the things, that's why you say we have to stop volunteering of this paperwork and stop going into their place of business, because
Right.
that's where we voluntarily give up of ourselves, our godly selves, to what's
Yeah,
going on earth. And I yield.
Yeah, if we understand the Jeremiah 1:5 that I speak so highly of, before I formed thee in the belly, I knew thee. Before thou wast cast from the womb, I sanctified thee and I ordained thee a prophet unto the nations. If we understood that and we brought our children up as that prophet unto the nations, then the very first thing we would be proud to herald is the coming of a new Christed being. In that sense, we wouldn't necessarily go out and say, yeah, we're bringing up a Christed being, but we would let the world know that it's not a person. Okay, understand the difference. There is a legal establishment for this young man that was born, but he has taken his first breath of life and is now a living soul. And all that documentation that you have that relates to the man, that's all it is. It's just a record. It is not the man who is now a living soul. And that's all we're doing, again, throughout the record, is just making that impression that there is a distinct difference, and that's what needs to be corrected. Your misinterpretation of what and who I am is very clear, and I think Hitler's willing executioner's realm needs to be stopped, and the only ones that can do so is us. And that's by our comprehension and expression of whatever we need to do in peaceful terms to get these people to understand, hey, listen, you're doing it wrong. You're not supposed to be charging us.
Right. So that means we have to read again, and reread to make ourselves, I can't think of it, to make ourselves knowledgeable.
Absolutely. And like I said, I've got my receipts. I've got my letter of credit. Let me see here. Not letter of credit, I'm sorry. Certification of trust, ready to fill out hopefully tomorrow or the next day. Like I said, I got my receipts, my certificate of trust. I've got my birth certificates. Got them. I still haven't even opened the package. I want to keep them nice and pristine. So I keep them in the package till I'm ready to open them up and use them. I've just got a couple things I got to check on, make sure, because I really don't think we need the stamps on them. Again, that's where you're using money to go down to the post office to buy stamps. And like I said, I've already showed you that you can make your own prepaid postage in DCA. So it's just a matter of knowing the qualifying information and being able to use that. Again, the true benefit is knowledge, not what you can write, not what you can draw, not what you can create, other than your knowledge, period. It has to come from that knowledge, and you have to give that knowledge credit to the source. So let's continue on. How to apply for a letter of credit. Letters of credit are best prepared by trained professionals, as mistakes in the detailed documents required can lead to payment delays and fees. Due to the industry variations in types of letters of credit, each may be approached differently. Here's an import-export example. And this is, I think, the most important concept to consider, again, because we're talking about contractual situations where you're going to be a third party outside of that, operating the trust for what it is, or directing the trust for what it is, instructing the trust for what it is. But you have to understand those contract terms and conditions as being equal consideration and equal benefit. So again, as one is a creditor, the other is a debtor, and as the other is a debtor, he's also a creditor, so that makes the one also a debtor. Same thing here. If you're going to export something and you expect something in exchange, then you damn well better understand that you're going to import something too. Okay? The importer's bank credit must satisfy the exporter and their bank. So that letter of credit, by me depositing a pledge, a bond of the United States, any bond, is placing an obligation or other security of the United States in the hands of the bank, and now they owe that obligation in return to the United States, not me. I'm the one extending the credit so that they can use the credit, and that obligation of using that credit is owed to the United States. They must do it in the name of Keith Orland Little Trust, the decedent estate of the trust fund managed by the Department of State. 31 U.S.C. 132173. Let me pull that up real quick. And you'll notice it says 31 U.S. Code 1321 trust funds. And 31 is money and finance. 32 is it? National security? No, 36 is national security. What is, maybe it's 32 is money and finance. I don't know. I'll figure it out. It's one of these. The following are classified as trust funds. The following are classified as trust funds. And remember, these courts of probate operate on decedent estates. We got on to 73 here, and it says estates of decedents. The all caps name is known as a decedent. The legal name is known as a decedent. Department of State Trust Fund. So when you establish that enumeration at birth, it's under the Department of State. It's an agreement between us and an official of the state. So it must be done through the Department of State. Again, minimum birth registration requirements under the Plain Writing Act applicable to Department of Defense. If you're not part of the military, it does not apply. Yet, because this country is always at war, and Congress walked out sin die, and we now have a military government, it's the only way they have of keeping track of those that they are required to protect. Okay, understand this, that it's meant as a peace agreement, an armistice, a treaty, and a cooperative agreement. And the problem is people don't understand how to cooperate it. Cooperate. If they don't know what they're doing, then learn what you're supposed to do and understand what they're supposed to do so you can help them along. Quit fighting with it. This has been one of my biggest issues in my life, is I kept fighting authority and telling you, fuck you ain't my daddy, and having to figure out things to do myself. In that, I finally realized I have to figure out what they're supposed to be doing too. I have to research both sides of the tracks. So let's get back to it. The exporter and importer complete a sales agreement. Using the sales agreement's terms and conditions, the importer's bank drafts a letter of credit. This letter is sent to the exporter's bank. The exporter's bank reviews the letter of credit and sends it to the exporter after approval. So again, if I have a letter of credit, I give it to the bank, and I request a letter of credit in return from the purchaser, or the buyer who offered the purchase order. So I want to purchase, they gave me the purchase order. Now I want to see the letter of credit that they're operating on, and I can give them a letter of credit in return. I'd like to see theirs first so I can make sure that mine is going to be within the same bounds. And I have a right to do that. I also have the right to go ahead and give them a letter of credit that I have that may not be in those same bounds, but reserve the right to correct any errors and not be bound by it, releasing liabilities through a proper signature. This is how we act in equity, is by recognizing that we're all fallible at some point in time and that it may not be perfect, but if it's not, we have the opportunity to correct. That's all we're doing, is correcting. The exporter ships the goods as the letter of credit describes. Any required documentation is submitted to the exporter's bank. See how everything's being submitted to the bank? And the other two parties are making the exchange. The exporter's bank reviews documentation to ensure letter of credit items or letter of credit terms and conditions were met. If approved, the exporter's bank submits documents to the importer's bank. Using a sales agreement, terms and conditions, the importer's bank drafts a letter of credit. This letter is sent to the exporter's bank. The exporter's bank reviews documentation to ensure letter of credit terms and conditions were met. If approved, the exporter's bank submits documents to the importer's bank. It's an exchange of those letters of credit. The importer's bank sends payment to the exporter's bank. The importer can now claim the goods sent. Any questions on that set? All right. And I want to take a break real quick here, guys. I've got to go take a brief break, and I'll put a little promo on. I want to hope everybody hit that like, share, and subscribe button. And of course, there's a PayPal link down below for anybody who wants to share some love. And then we'll be right back to continue on. And when we get done, we'll finish up with these last two parts here and get on to what is a facility. Facility. Okay, and we're back. Let me get Miss I-Man back up here. Okay. And she says Proverbs 18:15. Let's look that up real quick. I'm not quite familiar with that one yet. What is it? Proverbs 18:15. Ah, yes. The heart of the prudent getteth knowledge, and the ear of the wise seeketh knowledge. Good one, good one. Absolutely. You have to be prudent. You have to understand, folks, that for your own interest and to cover your own ass, first and foremost, and that the principle of doing so is to fulfill your duty on this earth, which is the children, the future generations, to teach them how to live in prosperity and abundance. What is the approximate time frame for the paper exchange? It said earlier it should take about 2 days. If they know what they're doing and you have your instrumentalities right, the language in them correct, it should only take them a matter of a couple, 2-3 days. So let's continue on. And when I want to read this one here again, it says the importer's bank sends payment to the exporter's bank. The importer can now claim the goods sent. Okay, so this is your purchase order, and you're the seller, and they're the buyer, and you're selling the credits, and you're the importer of the good that they're going to sell you in the exchange. Because again, that purchase order says they're the buyer and you're the seller, but again, it's a dual capacity. In exchange, what are you selling, and what are you buying? You go in with capacity of the mental capacity, thinking that you're buying a car when actually they're the buyer. So there is, in fact, and you should understand the qualification here, that there is a buyer on both sides. If it's an equal exchange, you're each buying something. So again, the creditor is also a debtor, and the debtor is also a creditor. Understand that concept, and I think things are going to go a lot better for you. You're going to understand the concept of learning their job and knowing your obligations in these transactions as well. That way you can draft up these instruments, knowing how to give them the directions they're expecting by using their very own language. Advantages and disadvantages of a letter of credit. Obtaining letters of credit may be necessary in certain situations. And I urge you again that if this is the kind of operation we're working on as a monetary system of credits, then I urge you to learn how to forward those. However, like anything else related to banking, trade, and business, there are some pros and cons to acknowledge. Advantages and disadvantages of letter of credit. Advantages are you can create security and build mutual trust for buyers and sellers in trade transactions. First one right off the bat. You can create security. If you can create security, why do you need insurance? Again, I ask that same question. If you are the creditor, if you are the one that assures, and you are the one that gives that security, why are you convinced you need insurance? Makes it easier to define the specifics of when and how transactions are to be completed between involved parties. Most important part of this comment, between involved parties. You have to understand the parties in these transactions and your place in them. Are you the benefactor to the beneficiary? Are you the beneficiary? If the beneficiary is the document, you cannot be the beneficiary. You must recognize yourself as the benefactor. And if the benefactor is the one that gives to the beneficiary, isn't that the exact same thing that the grantor does? Isn't the grantor defined as the one that gives to a beneficiary? So are you not, in fact, both the grantor and the beneficiary? Understand this concept and you will understand that everything that system has is a credit only to you. And if you give it the proper credit, it will come back. All glory goes to God for the spiritual credits of your meritorious actions, and that merely is dividing the word of truth. Letters of credit can be personalized with terms that are tailored to the circumstances of each transaction. Like I said, you can make a special deposit of that security instrument in there and give it a certain value with a letter of credit. And then, as a special deposit, their holder, in due course, of a $250,000 bond establishing advanced credit deposit, showing that there's $250,000 of credits, you can now issue your other letters of credit based on your local bills. Can make the transfer of funds more efficient and streamlined. Most certainly it will make more efficient for you. When you no longer have to use Federal Reserve notes or credit cards even, or debit cards even, and you understand a letter of credit, all you have to do is learn how to write that letter of credit and negotiate the instruments that they already use. So you can use a letter of credit to issue to a local grocery store so that every month you can go in and get $350 worth of groceries. You know what you're going to buy on a regular basis. You go in, you get about $350 without going over that. You have a revolving letter of credit every month. You have to tailor it to that specific situation. Pick out a gas that you prefer, the one that's near you, that you can put in so much gas every day. And just stop there and put in 5, 10, whatever you need for gas. Go ahead, sister.
So that when I'm trying to make sense of what you just said. So in the letter of credit, you have to find out who the director is to be able to send notice to director regarding a
Right,
letter
trustee.
of credit.
Trustee, yes.
Which is the trustee. And so you would make him aware what your intent is based on the rules and what is supposed to transpire as far as credit goes in the credit system, and making him aware that you will be utilizing the credit that's available to you on a monthly basis based on the instructions that is sent to the man or the woman that is trustee. Is that correct?
Correct. You're just going to establish a regular line of credit that you know you're going to max out every month for this bill or whatever. And you just send it to them. And that way the bank should automatically, when you get your bill, you put your stamp on there to the treasury, you hand it to your banker, and the banker will take care of it.
So is that negotiable instrument the draft of the letter of credit that you draft up?
Yeah, you're going to set that in there with the birth certificate, so that they already hold a letter of credit basing that $250,000, and then you can give them a letter of instruction to carry out a monthly payment to your landlord, to your utility company, to the water company, to the phone company. And all it does is it uses that revolving line of credit so that you pay the company, and then you get those credits back. Because see, once you deposit credits in their account, they can convert that to an asset. But those credits on your side are still there. Remember, you're the asset.
Okay, so is one having to use those numbers that we talked about in 19 CFR 149.3 or no?
Well, yeah, we're gonna use a number in lieu of a name and address, but there are going to be addresses that are going to be required, and you just have to know how to distinguish them. And we're going to go over some letters of credit here when we get done.
Okay, I yield.
And so, disadvantages. It says buyers typically bear the costs of obtaining a letter of credit. So where are they going to? Who is charging them that cost? Again, it's the bank. You got to pay the banker for doing these transactions. So as the buyer, the seller has the same consideration. It's going to apply that the seller is also a buyer. So in extending his letter of credit, he too has to put aside a portion or percentage of that letter of credit, that value system, so that the banker gets paid. Okay? Letters of credit, so it's not really a disadvantage to anybody but the two parties that are using the banker. And it's not really a disadvantage. It's an obligation. You have to pay these people for their job. Letters of credit may not cover every detail of the transaction, potentially leaving room for error. This is why I say I want a letter of credit from them with that purchase order so I can review it and then make my amendments and write my own letter of credit in as an opposing dynamic. Establishing a letter of credit may be tedious or time-consuming for all parties involved. But once you understand this, I think it's going to be much more worth your time to educate yourself in how to do this. So you, just like riding a bike, you get better at it, you get quicker at it. The terms are the part that you need to understand, and that's the words. Knowing how to word things in various different manners so they can be tailored to those various different situations. So the terms of a letter of credit may not account for unexpected changes in the political or economic landscape. And what we're talking about here is the inflation rates and interest rates. But again, if it's a never-ending line of credit, then why worry about that stuff? It says, how does a letter of credit work? Often in international trade, a letter of credit is used to signify. See how it's symbolic? It's used to signify. We've talked about that a couple times now. That's why I brought that video up earlier about the Hitler mustache. It signifies something, but everybody's taking it for the wrong thing and using it for under their own interpretations and causing havoc. And real quick here, it says, Hiya Shalom says, my business building is requiring up to $1 million insurance And can we go over what we can do? That's that. Again, you can create your own fidelity bond, which is like an insurance, your own surety bond, and that's what we're talking about. And that birth certificate, when you get that birth certificate, it's got seals on it that's already proving material fact evidence under full faith and credit. So the full faith and credit, like we said earlier, is in the documentation, and all you have to do is hand that over with its proper qualifying terms to let them know that that's what's to be used for that $1 million. It is a security instrument. It's set up in the obligations of a bond under 18 U.S.C. 8, and you have to make sure that they understand the interest on the obligation is the United States, and that's what forces them to follow the laws of the United States so that they can qualify it under the Patriot Act espionage laws that you're not trading with an enemy. That's all we're doing. So, it says, often in international trade, a letter of credit is used to signify that a payment will be made to the seller on time and in full as guaranteed by a bank or financial institution. And again, if you've got a wallet or purse, ladies and gentlemen, you are such a financial institution using their financial obligations and securities. You're not supposed to be. You're supposed to be, as a holder in due course, able to enforce the process. And all you're doing is because there is a transfer of credits available, you're qualified to be able to transfer them because it's your goddamn name. After sending a letter of credit, the bank will charge a fee, typically a percentage of the letter of credit. If you're going to issue a $1 million insurance bond, make it for 1.01 million. So they're going to get $10,000. That's 1%. Give them a percent. $10,000. There you go. You're doing it on credit anyway, right? So make it out for 1.01 million. You get to place the terms and conditions on there. And if they understand the laws of the United States, again, it's just a transfer of credits. They can't demand that you give them any species like Federal Reserve notes or flour or rice or other gross domestic product. In addition to requiring collateral from the buyer. After sending a letter of credit, the bank will charge a fee, typically a percentage of the letter of credit, in addition to requiring collateral from the buyer. So again, if you're one of those buyers on either side of it, you're a buyer and a seller. If you're going to buy something, you're selling something. And if you're selling something, you're going to buy something. It's an exchange. And all you have to do is understand that that document is the collateral. The dealership has to give one for collateral, and you have to give one for collateral. That's pledging it to the bank so that they can perform under that collateral system and fulfill the terms of credit for the transfer. They get a percentage of that transfer. That's it. Among the various forms of letter of credit are a revolving letter of credit, commercial letter of credit, and a confirmed letter of credit, as well as we saw earlier, standby letter of credit, a red case letter of credit. What is an example of a letter of credit? Consider an exporter in an unstable economic climate. Consider the individual that doesn't know what he's doing and claiming he's a resident in the United States, where credit may be more difficult to obtain. A bank could offer a buyer a letter of credit available within 2 business days, in which the purchase would be guaranteed by the bank's branch. So can you walk into a bank and ask them for a letter of credit? That's what that's saying. Because the bank and the exporter have an existing relationship, the bank is knowledgeable of the buyer's creditworthiness, assets, and financial status. Because the bank and the exporter have an existing relationship, the bank is knowledgeable of the buyer's creditworthiness. So if the exporter and buyer are the same one, again, showing that the automobile dealer is exporting something that they claim was imported through the United States. What is the difference between a commercial letter of credit and a revolving letter of credit? One of the most common forms of letters of credit. Commercial letters of credit are when the bank makes payment directly to the beneficiary or seller. Revolving letters of credit, by contrast, can be used for multiple payments within a specific time frame. Typically, these are used for businesses that have an ongoing relationship, with the time limit of the arrangement usually spanning 1 year. When you get a phone and you sign up for an automatic billing plan, it's a 1-year billing plan. When you get a paper form, it's a 1-year contract that they tell you have to renew the next year. If at the end of that lease you don't renew it, but you call in and have those services turned on, now you're on month to month. There is no 1-year term, and now you're on a 1 month to month. Same thing with your rental agreements. If you let your lease fall out or terminate at the end of the year, but you stay in that place, the landlord is glad to take your money, but it's going to be on the basis of a month-to-month rental. You have no way to qualify for that 1-year extension unless you get another lease. When does payment occur with a letter of credit? Pay attention. Pay attention. An escrow is the holding of assets by a third party. The Social Security Administration is such an escrow account as well. A letter of credit is like an escrow account in that payment to the beneficiary only happens when the other party performs a specific act or meets other performance criteria spelled out in the letter of credit agreement. So again, like I said earlier, if the power of attorney is only presumed, then the letter of credit is only presumed at this date. And there still is no actual letter of credit that you know of for yourself. The dealership may well have a letter of credit. The bank may very well have a letter of credit. But if you nor your parents ever established a letter of credit yourself, then there is none. And it still remains a presumption. Certificate is false without a letter of credit. Just like that 26 U.S.C. 7701 motor vehicle operator's lease, where they have to have a qualified statement of your intent. That's what we're doing here, a letter of credit, your qualified statement of intent. My intent is to have these credits transferred from this account to this buyer, because that's what I'm selling. I'm selling these credits, and he has, when those credits are transferred, he can use those to convert to a monetary asset, but I'm expected to get my credits back. So that's all it is. It's an electronic transfer. It's a chain of title. What goes out must come back, and I'm in a usufruct system. While he's holding them, I'm allowing him to convert them to an asset. In other words, he gets to take them out of the electronic document and put them in paper form. And now he has his own security instrument with my validation on it, but I've released any or taken upon no liabilities. So now he can sell that security instrument for all he wants. It won't come back to me, guaranteed.
So then, Keith, you would have to make reference within the document of not having any recourse, correct?
Correct.
That's all in qualifying the signature, isn't it?
Well, yeah, that stamp we went over, and qualifying the signature, and making sure that you have a proper set of foundational documents that they will be able to read and confirm with the U.S. code and follow the code. That says that you have to know what that code is too.
But would you also have to use the code, the UCC code 3-402? That statement, not the code specifically, but the statement.
No, you can use that kind of, and I wouldn't use it in the actual letters of instruction or letter of credit. I wouldn't use that language, other than in private communications, conveying what you understand or know about the law and codes and how they work to help them understand your letter of credit, letter of instruction, and all that. So let's get down to the bottom line, folks. The bottom line. Letters of credit can play an important part in trade transactions. Trade transactions. There are different types of letters of credit that may be used depending on the circumstances. You need to tailor them. You have to understand what kind of venue you're getting into, what the contracts are, how they operate. Is it a 1-year rental agreement that you can set out monthly payments, or is it a major purchase where you're going to issue one letter of credit and have it all done and finalized, have shipped to party, this and that. Says there are different types. If you need to obtain a letter of credit for a business transaction, your current bank may be the best place to begin your search. So what we're going to do is we're going to set up a private trust account, and that's going to contain all of the business transactions. They're all going to be performed similarly, but there's going to be that clear distinction that you're not performing the functions of business, but the paperwork is going to look like that in the record. So to make clear the record, you are not a business entity. You are a private entity, and you have the authorizing factors denoted in your documentation that you're not a corporate organization of any kind, that you're not a resident, that you're not a United States citizen, but you have the use of such implementations. You may, however, need to expand the net wider to include larger banks if you maintain accounts at smaller financial institutions. So this is saying that you want to have that Federal Reserve Bank operating in there somewhere. So again, this is why I want a bank that has a signature, a medallion stamp signature guarantee trustee, because they're the ones that are going to be able to facilitate this stuff with you. You're going to facilitate it with them. They're going to facilitate it with the other people in these transactions. Okay, and that's it for that one. And the last one I want to go over before we get into the examples of letters of credit is this facilitate. Facilitate. Facility. Definition, loan types, and examples. So remember, a loan is a gift to God. And remember, if we're the ones that are initiating this, if we're the ones that are giving the data elements, then we are the ones that are facilitating it. Notice it starts out with face. Okay? There has to be a face to that document. You can't do this back in the day when they came up with these definitions. You couldn't facilitate these documentations without being face to face. You had to put something on a piece of paper. Now we have an electronic forum, and we can still facilitate things through them. Okay? And notice it says definition loan types. So if we're the ones facilitating it, what we're doing is we're loaning the data elements. That's the true loan. That's where the value is extended from in all cases. My word is my bond. And if I have to have meritorious credit, I have to fulfill that bond by my actions, by fulfilling the obligation in the words that I put on these papers. So I have to understand the obligations, both mine and the other parties. It says, what is a facility? A facility is a formal financial assistance program offered by a lending institution to help a company that requires operating capital. What do you think these people use for capital? They use your information as capital. Okay? That's a list that they get to make up and advertise to entice you into purchasing their products. Types of facilities include overdraft services, deferred payment plans, lines of credit, revolving credit, term loans, letters of credit, swing line loans. A facility is essentially another name for a loan taken out by a company. Again, if you're not a company and you're the one giving the data elements, who is the lender and who is the borrower in that situation? And if they're borrowing your data elements, are they supposed to give it back? If they borrow your data elements, being the name and number or whatever, can they give that back? How about you just let them use it in exchange for credits? So now you can put a value to the name and number and extend that credit for them to use. And now you created a credit for them and for yourself, and they get to keep the name in exchange for credits back to you. Okay? Key takeaways. Facilities are financial assistance programs offered by banks and lending institutions to help companies. Again, if you're not a company and you're actually the lender unto the nation, the people, a profit unto the nation, and not the person. He's no respecter of persons. So he respects you in your capacity of a profit unto the nation. Shouldn't you pass that credit along? And in that credit being passed along, it's supposed to return because all credit goes to him, right? He put it out, it comes back. Just let it happen. The main types of facilities are overdraft services, business lines of credit, term loans, and letters of credit. A facility is essentially another name for a loan taken out by a company. So they facilitate it through a purchase order. They wanted you to loan them the information so they could get the credits. And they do it all the time. But what you're supposed to do is make an exchange with that automotive company and extend the credits for who it's supposed to perform the transaction, and that's the banker, supposed to give him a percentage. And now you pass those credits along to the dealership and make sure that you get your car in exchange, and they get their credit for doing their job as a holding company. So what's the true value of that purchase? Is that a $56,000 car that they say is 56, or is the actual manufacturer price a certain amount? And then they give it to you for a retail price. What's the difference in that? Is that a certain percentage? Qualify that as the percentage. You're purchasing the automobile directly from the manufacturer, and the automobile dealer is merely holding it as a holder for the manufacturer, and you're going to extend that credits to the United States and the manufacturer for their obligation as the importer of that automobile for the Ford Motor Company or whatever motor company. See, the United States holds an obligation on that MCO as the importer. So now you get to fulfill the obligation of the manufacturer and the United States through the bank, and you get to pay the bank and the dealership their percentages for that purchase merely by knowing how to extend the credits and how to apply them in your documents. Okay, I'll take this purchase order and understand the retail price is this and the manufacturer price is this. So I'm going to pay the manufacturer their price. I'm going to pay the retailer their price, which is the price above and beyond the retail or the manufacturer price. And in that retail price, they're going to turn around and want to tack on this, and this for credit or for taxes and insurance and stuff. But those are void because this is not a taxable transaction. And it certainly doesn't need to be insured because I am the creditor. I am the creator of this transaction. And therefore, I assure you that through the documentation that the bank holds, they will get their percentage and just make it happen. I think it seems pretty easy. And I'm hoping that this banker that I end up talking to will comprehend this. I'm hoping that the manager of this apartment building will understand when I try to get this facilitated for monthly payments through the trust account and everything. I'm certainly thinking that he will once the first payment hits, if they don't return it, whatever. I don't know how it's going to happen. But I have good faith that I know is step by step, all I'm doing is correcting things, that anything that does go wrong, that I'm acting in good faith. I'm qualifying that everybody else is acting in good faith. I'm not making any accusations or anything. That I'm the one that is in fact facilitating it and providing the collateral documentation, a security instrument of the United States showing both my interest as the principal and their interest as the obligation on that.
May I,
Hello?
brother?
Go ahead.
I'm thinking about something because I'm having some recall. Does that mean that when you go into these courts, right, that they already know that the defendant is the creditor? Am I correct?
Say that
And
again.
since the man or the woman sitting on the bench is really a bank, and they're trying to administer the accounting practice of issuing or creating an account, are they actually coming as the borrower trying to have you extend credit to you, but they have you in a sense of being what is called they're holding you ransom in the warehouse so that you can facilitate in the exchange of cashing the receipts, their receipts, in order that they can get paid, in order to have you be released? Are they having you as they're holding you
No.
in extortion?
Well, again, you have to understand, a lot of these people don't understand how this is supposed to be working. And so when they get that instrument and they collateralize it themselves and qualify that signature themselves, they get the credit. They get all the credits, not just the markup from manufacturer to retail. They get the whole thing. Okay? Now they turn around and they have you sign an installment agreement just like a bank would. And you're taking on an insurance to make sure that nothing happens to the asset, which is the house. And that's because you're maintaining the house, the premises, and you've taken on an installment plan to pay the monthly payment plan, which is again above and beyond the instrument that was already facilitated. That's another instrumentation. So if they know about it, that would be extortion or some kind of fraud. But when you correct that, you're not going to issue those kind of instruments.
Exactly, because in a rental sense, when you make the application, even though they want to make the agreement with you to make installment payments, they're taking the instrument to that window, and in exchange, they're getting the full amount while they're trying to allow you to sign other paperwork so you can also pay the installment payments.
Yeah, and basically what Effie Ladour says is that the contract says you're the owner and sign over the title at purchase. Your contract says they can keep the collateral if default and security interest note until you pay it back. So that's what they're holding in ransom. Okay, but it's not actually being held in ransom. I guarantee you they probably already sold it off. And so it's a daison tort, not a tort daison. It's a daison tort.
Yeah, because any debt sold off automatically settles the debt. Am I correct or not?
Correct. And that's what we're talking about with these credit collectors and stuff. When the credit company or a bank decides to charge off your credit, what they do is they sell it. They give notice to the IRS that they're taking this loss, and they've sold the debt to this other credit collector. And so the IRS gives them credit. Okay? So they were able to release the credits. So the credits have already been transferred. And where do you think those damn credits come from? They come from the information that you facilitated with the bank to begin with. So on that record, it will show that that debt is paid. So what did the other guy sell in exchange for purchasing that debt that the bank, as a buyer, gave them? See, the bank in exchange bought some credits, just like anything else. So they used the money that the other credit collector, thinking they were going to come after the credits and get those credits. So the one they sold the debt to gave them credits in exchange. That's what happens. They didn't. The credit collector that came up to the bank and said, "Hey, I'll buy that debt from you," didn't give them Federal Reserve notes. Okay, there's documentations, letters of credit that extended credit to them and said, "Okay, now we get to go collect on this debt." I want to see that letter of credit. I want to see the letter of credit from the debt collector. I want to see that damn letter of credit that says all obligations, obligations and other securities of the United States includes all bonds, because that's what that letter of credit is. If they're not bonded with the United States, then maybe they're the ones that are trading with an enemy, right? Oops. So let's continue on. It says the loan is for a set amount that and does not require collateral. The loan is for a set amount and does not require collateral. That's why you can give them that birth certificate under full faith and credit with those seals on there, because that is the collateral. That is supporting the obligation and other security of the United States to settle all bonds. That's why you don't need collateral. The borrower makes monthly or quarterly payments with interest until the debt is paid in full. So again, who is borrowing? And this is why it's facilitated in a matter of a couple of days, because they don't want to hold it. That shows that they're the borrower. They're not a borrower. It's an extension of credit to set off and discharge a debt owed by an obligation or other security of the United States. And that is because I got that gift, and this is an exchange. It's already done. A facility is especially important for companies that want to avoid things such as laying off workers, slowing growth, or closing down during seasonal sales cycles when revenue is low. Okay, let's see here. What'd you say, Channel 3? Channel 3 said, wouldn't it just be easier, Wizard, if you just gave if I just gave you all these buckets of blueberries each month for 4 months for that 411 rear axle? Yes, it would be easier. It would be easier. But see, the problem today is that everybody thinks that they have to use this administrative process to do things. And so we've gotten so far away from that, nobody can do it. You show me somebody that's willing to do that. And then make sure that it's repeatable so well that we can avoid this monetary system. Do you understand the concept of the process? Is that we came from that into this system because somebody else thought it was more convenient to use this system. And now we've gotten so far that this entire population believes this system, in its convenience, is much easier than having to fucking even go out and grow blueberries. It's much more convenient to go down to the store and buy them that somebody else made. And that's what we're trying to do, is correct that. I can issue a letter of credit instead of having to go to the store and buy all my groceries. I can do it through a letter of credit and only get the things that I need, like the basics. While I turn around and use a letter of credit with the local, the local landscape store, so I can get some apple trees and pear trees. The local realtor and property manager of the county and HUD, Housing and Urban Development, to get me a piece of private land. Am I going to go out and buy a piece of private land with a fucking a bunch of bundles of blueberries? Get real. It's the same problem Paul has. Oh, just go out and get a piece of land. What are you using to get that piece of land other than obligations and other securities of the United States? What do you use to get that gold? Obligations and other securities of the United States? Yeah, I'm just going to go trade gold for a piece of land. But what are you using to get that gold? Did you go out and dig for that gold? Come on. I know you do that. I'd do that too. I would love nothing better. But again, it didn't happen overnight. We can't return to it overnight. It's going to be a slow process, and it's never going to return back to what it was before. But it will get a better balance so that we can more equally sustain this environment. Not the economics, the environment. So let's continue on. For example, if a jewelry store is low on cash in December when sales are down, I highly doubt jewelry store's venue is sales are down in December. Biggest holiday celebrated on the planet. They're probably up. That's probably their peak season. The owner can request a $2 million facility from a bank, which will be paid back in full by July as business picks up. I don't know. Maybe it depends upon the mining market. I don't know. The jewelry uses the funds to continue operations and pays back the loan in monthly installments by the agreed upon date. So they're going to issue a letter of credit. That's how they facilitate it. You understand that? Facility is the ability to facilitate, or excuse me, to loan. A facility is the ability to loan. What is a loan? An act of God. Every breath I take is an act of God, and that's why I say coin your words or purse your lips. If you don't know the languages being used against you, how are you going to condemn them? If you don't know those languages, how are you going to be able to notice if they're making a profit off of you? How a facility works. A facility is an agreement between a company and a public or private lender that allows the business to borrow a particular amount of money for different purposes for a short period of time. So I'm going to loan the dealership, a company, a particular amount of money by and through credits on account so that I can obtain an automobile with equal consideration and equal benefit in exchange. So long as they have 3 days to qualify those credits, and then I get my automobile. So if they got the credits, now they can convert it into cash. Okay, I got my automobile. I don't really even care if the credits come back because they're infinite. I can get 10 birth certificates from the state, and I can put whatever amount I want on there. Like I said, it's ridiculous to have $100 million or $100 billion bond with the SEC on one of those birth certificates when you get 10 a year and just issue them and use them wisely by merely understanding how it operates. And that you are, in fact, the benefactor that gives to the beneficiary. And as a benefactor, the one that gives to the beneficiary, it's the same capacity as the grantor who gives to the beneficiary. And again, a trust shall not fail for want of trustee. I understand that, Channel 3. But to facilitate things to a more comprehensive capability for ourselves and our younger generation so they can make those discernments for themselves and gradually go back to our own agricultural selves in living off of the land. But again, it's not going to happen overnight, guys. Let's see here. The jeweler uses the funds to continue operations, pays the loan back in monthly installments by the agreed upon date. Examples of facilities. There are a number of facilities available for short-term borrowers, depending on the needs of the borrowing business. These loans can be committed or uncommitted. Overdraft services. Overdraft services, is that drafting over? I'm sorry. I made a bond for $50,000 to this automobile dealer on a car I thought was only going to be, manufacturer price at $48,000. But that won't leave enough. So I need to correct it. I need to fix this overdraft. Here's another bond to cover the overdraft. See, they're not supposed to charge you. You're supposed to have a equitable remedy of right of recourse. And that's what that right of recourse is all about, without recourse. We're going forward with this. We're going to do it in good faith. We're going to make sure it happens. We're going to make sure it becomes complete. But along the way, understand that if there's any errors, you don't make any accusations. We're all fallible. All we're going to need to do is correct it. We can just issue or reissue a new issue, just like that Treasury stamp says, for a reissue or a new issue. The lender charges interest and fees on the borrowed money. Overdraft services cost less than loans and are quickly completed and do not include penalties for an early payoff. Business lines of credit. An unsecured business line of credit gives corporations access to cash as needed at a competitive rate, with flexible payment choices. A traditional line of credit provides check writing privileges. Remember, checks are guaranteed. And this is what I was talking about with those revolving lines of credit that you establish for like a lease payment. So the bank trustee can write a check every month to your local landlord. You send him the bill, he writes a check, sends it to you, you send it to your landlord. Or you can have the bank trustee just send it directly to the landlord. It's guaranteed. Requires an annual review and can be called early by the lender. You have to remember who the lender is. If I'm the lender of the data elements, I can call any record at any time and specifically for the corrections. You can't force me to continue on with something that is impossible. I am not a resident. I am not a United States citizen. You are conferring or cognizing it in the record and then therefore taking it as if though I am that citizen, and that's a wrong interpretation. Too many people interpret that identification as being themselves. You have to come out of that, folks. You have to understand that's something that you can use in this use of truck system to facilitate things. And if that's what you hand over to the officer, that's what he's doing with it. He's going to facilitate the extension of credit. You have to understand how this thing operates so you can fix that facilitation and get them to understand that you are the loaner. You are the one that lends unto this nation. You are the prophet unto this nation. You are the one that gives credit, and it's only you that the credit comes through, and the true credit comes from source. And even you are a resource of credit. A non-traditional line of credit provides businesses with quick access to cash and a high credit limit. Revolving credit has a specific limit. Like I said, with that lease agreement, you put $1,000 bond in there, and you use that as revolving credit, ensuring as a prepaid expense that once they get their credits, you get your benefit, which is a 1 month term of living quarters. At the end of the month, it renews. It revolves. You received your benefit. The landlord received his benefit. Do it again. Same bond. It's still good. It's just got a limit on it to extend $1,000 a month every month for the full term of the lease. If I happen to pass away, The landlord still gets the rest of his lease agreement through that bond. Has a specific limit and no set monthly payments, yet interest accrues as it capitalizes. Companies with low cash balances that need to fund their network capital needs will usually go for a revolving credit facility, which provides access to funds anytime the business needs capital. See, that's what we're doing, is providing access to the funds. Go ahead,
The
sister.
question that I have, brother, so then is it the business that's opening up an interest-bearing account, or is it the private man or woman?
I wouldn't open up a interest-bearing account because that ruins the whole thing. That says you're in it for a profit. You're not supposed to. If a business wants to, that's their right. Like I said, when you hand over those credits, they can deposit it into an interest-bearing account and just leave those credits sit there and bear interest, accrue interest in your name.
Exactly. So they would be able to use that the interest that comes in order to make payment to the monthly installments for you to receive whatever it is that you desire. Is that correct?
Well, they can use it for their own uses. If I get rid of the instrumentalities and there is no installment plan, and they can use those credits to convert to an asset and make a deposit into investment, such as an accrual account where they're bearing interest every month, they can leave that into that account and bear interest on that account. So they can create a pooled account where everybody that comes forward like this, they just dump all those credits into an account that are going to sit there and accrue interest. You see what I'm saying? Just like
Yes,
any other investment, they just pool all of these documents into an investment account. So now they can use your name, but it doesn't come back to your name.
So how is the payment? Because if you're extending credit at the every end of the month, then how when you are extending this credit, how are they being able to get the bank transfer to facilitate their responsibility and obligation? How is that being done?
Through
I
their
think
letter
I'm
of
missing
credit.
something.
Through their letter of credit. See, the bank's got to have a letter of credit. The automobile dealer's got to have a letter of credit. What about you? Nobody's providing their own letter of credit. That's what I'm saying. It's already done. All you got to do is provide your letter of credit to complete the trust of 3 people. 1, 2, 3. Everybody's got letters of credit. Okay, it's a good deal. Nobody's trading with an enemy.
Now it makes sense. Okay, I yield.
So now they get their credits like they're supposed to get it, and it's in your name, but you released all liability. So now they can deposit into an interest-bearing account as a pooling of everybody else that does the same thing. And they get to earn the interest on that accrual. That's where they get their profits. Term loans. A term loan is a commercial loan with a set interest rate and maturity date. A company typically uses the money to finance a large investment or acquisition. Intermediate term loans are under 3 years and are repaid monthly, possibly with balloon payments. Long-term loans can be up to 20 years and are backed by collateral. Letters of credit. Domestic and international trade companies use letters of credit to facilitate transactions and payments. So if the bank can use a letter of credit to facilitate the transactions and payments, what do you think they're doing when you issue your documents for that home loan? They're giving their letter of credit and using your name. Just like I explained about the deposit of credits in the automobile dealer's name. Now they can use that as a investment. And what do you think they do at these banks? They're doing the same thing. All the loan applications that people fill out in a day, they pool them. They deposit them into an interest-bearing account, write up their own letter of credit, and boom, now they can issue your promissory note to the Federal Reserve drawing window or discount window because they assumed the drawing rights because you never addressed them, you never qualified it. A
You know,
finan-
I gotta say, these people, they have to be the foulest of the foul.
Some of them, yes. Some of them, no. Most of them don't. That's
If
why
you know this and you're doing this, you have to be. I'm not sure that. Well, I'll just be quiet enough on that one. But
well,
I mean, that's pretty bad.
well, they're quite used to these documents coming in with corporate names, and that's the distinction. When somebody on the
Correct.
private side comes in and tries to offer this, they don't think that applies when it does. Again, because everybody's operating in a corporate capacity. And so they've made a distinction that you can't operate in a corporate capacity unless you bring it in a corporate name. What the fuck do you think the legal name is?
That's what the legal entity is. A firm.
So it says a financial institution assures payment and completion of obligations between the applicant, buyer, and the beneficiary. If the applicant is the buyer and there's a beneficiary, notice again, if you go to the car lot and they're the one that issues the purchase order, and that means they issue it to the seller, and here they're saying the seller is the beneficiary, again, confirming what I've been telling people all along. As the seller, you have beneficiary information that you have to exchange with them. And that's what they're buying. They're buying the beneficiary information as access to the credits. So use that access device to give them access to the credits, but know how to distribute those credits yourself so that they come back to you and everybody gets to use them for the appropriate purposes. And the only way you can do that is by setting the obligations where they belong. Obligations and other securities of the United States includes all bonds. If you want me to bond with you, brother, here at the dealership, we have to understand that there's already pre-existing bonds between the United States and the Federal Reserve with the banks that we're going to be using, whatever bank you're using and whatever bank I'm using. Everybody's got to have letters of credit to make sure that we establish we're not trading with an enemy. Do you understand, brother? That's all we're doing.
So does that letter of credit that that's being drafted, that's going to be based on some of the information that's within 18 U.S. Code 8, United States and other securities?
Yeah,
and
it's a
obligations of the
representative
United
value.
States? Yes.
Yeah, it's stamps and other representatives of value. This is the thing about the coffee bean case. When they argue about species, that's all you got to bring up is stamps and other representatives of value. That's what they're talking about with species. What is the representative of value? If I used a card to obtain money, property, labor, or services on credit, what is the representative? A third grader can answer that. Well, it says on credit. That's the money on account is credit. It is not money. Money is not defined as paper bills. Okay? It is not defined as promissory notes. It's defined as obligations. So, switch to the exclusive provider, Forex. We're done with that one. We're not going to read about Forex, although we are touching on the topic of blockchaining, because that's what we're doing is facilitating the electronic transactions of which the chain of title should go straight through, directly through. So let's look at letter of credit or bond. This is a 7-page document, and I'm going to kind of squeeze through it real quick. Updated January 4th of 2024. Okay. This is from California. It says, this document provides an example format for California cap and trade program entities to submit a letter of credit or a bond as a bid guarantee for an auction or reserve sale. A LOC or bond submitted as a bid guarantee must be issued in a form that may be accepted by the Financial Services Administrator consistent with U.S. banking laws and bank practices. That's what we're talking about. It has to be under the laws of the United States. That means it has to qualify as an obligation or other security of the United States, and all paper is bonded under the Paperwork Reduction Act. So even a blank piece of paper can be a negotiable instrument. And when it says a bid guarantee, that's that species. Do you pay in Federal Reserve notes? Do you pay in a letter of credit? Do you pay by a bond? What is it that you're paying with? What representative of value are you bidding on or using to bid on that automobile? Are you going to be able to provide your bid and get that automobile at the price stated? Or are you going to be able to get it at a better price? Or are you going to bid on it and somebody else is going to come in and cut your bid with a quicker payment or something? Or come in with a cash payment? Everybody likes those cash payments. They think that's the shit, right? You just committed fraud. You go in with $58,000 cash into an automobile dealer. Just because they let you get away with it doesn't mean it's not fraud. See, those Federal Reserve notes are for transfer agents, Federal Reserve transfer agents, and for no other purpose. And that's so they can pay the taxes, duties, imposts, and all that duly. That's for them to do. All you have to do is give them a letter of credit and direct them. Auction or reserve sale applicants are encouraged to work with their financial institutions to ensure, there's that word again, that all the bid guarantee requirements are met as described in the detailed auction requirements, Checklist of requirements. The following non-negotiable terms must be met in order to submit a LOC or bond. That doesn't sound like it's too negotiable, but it's saying sometimes things are non-negotiable because in contracts there must be equal consideration for equal benefit. So understand that. And remember, if they're going to demand it from you, you get to demand it from them. The LOC or bond must refer to the financial services accountant name. So again, to the grammar of the names, it must refer to the all caps Keith Orland Little. And financial service account number, Social Security number, without dashes, the obligor number, as provided in the financial services delivery instruction available to or in C.I.T.S.S. That obligor number is going to be associated with the bond number on that certificate. That bond number on that certificate with the Social Security number is going to be correlating with the number on the back of the Social Security card. As provided in the financial service, Deutsche Bank National Trust Company must be listed as the beneficiary. So when you transfer that letter of credit as a transferee, you're performing the functions of a trustee, but you're admittedly not the trustee. But because you're a holder of that instrument as beneficiary or benefactor with rights, principal rights to hold that instrument and enforce it, you can now transfer it with a letter of director. And it has to be given because it was granted by the state to you. And in your transfer position, you get to grant it or pass it to the beneficiary, the bank. You have to understand that the bank at some point in time has to be a beneficiary. It's a trust operation, and everybody gets to play their part appropriately, whether identified or not. The LOC must be irrevocable. In other words, like I said earlier, it has to be irrevocable so that after a period of time, if somebody finds an error in it, they can correct it. For bonds, the party named as principal in the bond must be identical to that named in the applicant's application. So the applicant and principal must be the same. The applicant is Keith-Orland, full colon stop, Little, full colon stop. In the trustee or transfer capacity, it is Keith Little, upper and lowercase, as the legal name. You see how that works now? The amount of the LOC or bond must be included. They're telling you the construct of your letter of credit or bond. The expiration or maturity date must be at least 26 days after the scheduled auction. You can set this differently according to whatever bond you're issuing for its purpose. So for the automobile dealer, you issue your bond for $58,000, it's supposed to be done in 3 days. Give them 30. That way, if it's any issues, but understand that it's irrevocable. So that at the end of the 30 days, they haven't performed according to the obligation. The obligation still sits. It was still issued. It was still offered in good faith. And if they haven't proven fraud, then it still operates in good faith. And now you have the ability to prove that they're operating under malfeasance of trust or breach of contract or something, and should be able to get that thing to move.
That would mean that the letter of credit would already have to be written up as an irrevocable letter of credit,
Correct.
correct?
All glory goes to him, Negan. All glory goes to him. And again, it's just a matter of comprehension. I can explain it to you. I cannot comprehend it for you. However, I hope that you do have a level of comprehension of what's going on. And if you don't, just keep reviewing it and keep asking questions. That's why I ask people to come up on these panels. I want your questions because I want to know your level of comprehension. I want to know that what I'm putting out, people do have a level of comprehension. They are gaining something out of it, and it is doing some good, not just in my life. Says there must be instructions included indicating where to submit the letter of credit or bond for payment. This is that Treasury thing. Again, it's their obligation. They're the ones that are obligated on the discharge and set off. The bank can't do that. They're just a transfer agent. Okay? The LOC or bond must allow for presentment by facsimile, delivery in person, or by courier cannot be. Delivery in person or by courier cannot be required. Okay? You can say it can be delivered in person or by courier or by facsimile. Okay, you have to allow for the electronic transfer of the paper documentation in paper form, and that's the facsimile. That's the fax. There must be payment certificate form of draw included as an exhibit or annex. This is your certificate. It's got to be a payment certificate. What do you think any certificate is? It's a payment certificate. That certificate hanging on that wall of that attorney is a payment certificate. That's what he uses to prove that he's competent enough to get paid. In your letters and stuff, you have to prove through your language that you're competent to get that payment done so it's not held liable against anybody. The LOC or bond must be payable within 3 business days of a payment request. Remember our narrowcast master trust account report? Whereas the Postal Service or the postal agent's responsibility to research and resolve any out-of-account balances with the general ledger. That's what we're talking about. These things are creating out-of-balance accounts that are levied against the U.S. ledger, the general ledger. When you die and there's that set of debits on there, they levy them against the United States ledger, and that increases that debt. Health and Human Services settles the estate and gets their credit out of it, but that debt still exists against the United States because nobody's levied the credit side of that ledger on your behalf. There must be a draw cutoff time of no earlier than 9 a.m. Pacific time 12 p.m. noon Eastern Time for same-day draw. An entity submitting multiple LOCs and or bonds must designate the order that the bid guarantees should be drawn upon in the event the FSA does not receive funds by the financial settlement deadline. If any of these terms are not met by the date and time provided in the auction or reserve sale, notice for receipt of all bid guarantees by the Financial Services Administrator, the submitted LOC or bond will be rejected. If the submitted LOC or bond requires revisions, reissue. All revisions must be completed and received in physical form by the deadline of receipt of bid guarantee, or the LOC or bond will not be accepted. Again, that's why it's required to be be able to support facsimile, fax, and irrevocable, so that you can go back and correct it if it extends beyond its overdraft, beyond the day it was supposed to pay. That's an overdraft. If any of these terms are not met by the date and time provided, for questions on bid guarantee, submit Okay. Sample language. Provided below is a sample LOC language, letter of credit language, with areas highlighted in gray that need to be completed by the issuing bank or beneficiary bank. These areas include a description of the information to be entered in brackets. For example, insert information. Language underlined by double red lines would require revision to use this example letter of credit language to submit a bond as a bid guarantee. To submit a bond as a bid guarantee, remove section 9, underlined by double red lines, which is a letter of credit specific. To submit a bond as a bid guarantee, remove section 9. So remember that, folks. A bond delivered as a bid guarantee must be informed that may be accepted by the Financial Services Administrator consistent with U.S. banking laws and bank practices. Please note that language provided here is meant as a guide only. All submitted LOCs must, at minimum, meet the required non-negotiable terms provided in the checklist of requirements above or will be rejected. This is why I require everybody or suggest everybody, don't believe me. Don't believe your neighbor. Don't believe the government. Don't believe your mother, for crying out loud. Do your research so you know. Because the guy that lives in California says, well, I do it this way and this language I use. If you don't do your research in Iowa and find out that the requirements might be slightly different and use that language so that the people in Iowa understand you, using language from California might confuse them a little bit. It does not mean that it is not based in reality still, but that you might have a difficulty getting them to understand certain terms. Insert date, insert issuing bank or branch. It says here under this note, it says if multiple bid guarantees are a combination of cash and another form of bid guarantee, the cash bid guarantee will be drawn upon first, and only the remaining funds due will be drawn from the other forms of bid guarantee. So they're saying you can offer up cash as part of the bid bond. I don't ever suggest that. I just suggest using letters of credit, because you can use a letter of credit to cover the entire financing of the loan. Please issue an irrevocable standby letter of credit as described below, and email a courtesy copy and send original letter of credit to. So you give mailing address and you're going to courtesy copy to the automobile dealership. You're going to issue an irrevocable standby letter of credit described below and email a courtesy. Of course, you define what kind of letter of credit you're going to set up according to the tailored situation. Beneficiary. So you're going to name the mailing address. You're going to have the information, contact information. We're not going to call it identifying information, though that's what it does. It's actually contact information. And then you got more contact information for the beneficiary. Ladies and gentlemen, by the order of legal or operating name of auction applicant. Keith Orland Little, all uppercase. Address of applicant would be my address, but it would be care of. It would be Keith Orland Little, all uppercase. Care of Keith Little, legal representative. Reference, insert financial services account number. That's that obligor number. And then you're going to have your birth certificate bond, and it's going to have its bonding number on it. And they're going to have that in their possession. So that when they issue the order of credit or letter of credit under your letter of instruction, which you also have your own letter of credit attached to that bond, now they can issue a letter of credit from that under your letter of instruction for a further purchase. Like I said, $250,000 assessed value to that bond with a letter of credit stating that value and its maturity date for a year. It sits in that account for a year. It's $250,000 bond, and you go to the car lot and you get a $58,000 car. You're going to give them a letter of instruction to issue a letter of credit to that dealership, and of course, you're going to get a courtesy copy. Insert fax number, insert applicant contact. Where we hereby establish in your favor this irrevocable letter of credit for the account of, insert appropriate identifying information such as the applicant's entity, legal or operating name, again, the all caps name, or in my case, if I decide to set it up under the Keith Orland Little FBU, I can do it that way too. As long as I have the proper letter of credit establishing that it's connected to the Keith Orland Little all caps name of the United States citizen. It's a pass-through. In the amount of so many US dollars, insert in US dollars, insert amount of, and then or million US dollars. Notice they use million. And notice they say in the numerical or alphanumeric. So you put the number 100 and then put out million US dollars. Or you can write it all out numerical with the decimal 0.00. Effective immediately and available to you at site upon demand by you at our counters at insert contact information details, including phone number and location, and expiring on, and this contact information is going to be the bank. Insert date of expiration. Note the earliest expiration date for a letter of credit is 26 days after the date that the subject auction or reserve sale is conducted. That's for this particular auction thing. Again, you have to tailor it to your own purpose. And real quick, before we go much further, I want to let everybody know this is not legal advice. This is research as we're going over it. And again, the importance of why I need people to speak up and ask me questions and give me certain circumstances.
I put some scriptures in the chat for you, brother. I'm not sure if you're familiar with them.
Yeah, I saw those. I'll take a look at them when we're done here. unless terminated earlier in accordance with the provisions hereof or otherwise extended. So they're putting terms in there that you can terminate it earlier based on certain things, or you can extend it. Again, irrevocable, so that if you go beyond the date, as in an overdraft situation, beyond the amount, and you need extra something somewhere, it's not a matter of making accusations. It's a matter of being able to reissue or refund or refinance or something like that. This letter of credit is issued at the request of the applicant, and we hereby irrevocably authorize you to draw on us in accordance with the terms and conditions hereof up to the maximum amount of this letter of credit, subject to reduction as provided in paragraph 8 hereof. This letter of credit may be drawn by presenting the following documents: your site draft drawn on us in the form of an Annex 1 hereto, the site draft, and a dated payment certificate purportedly signed by a duly authorized officer of the beneficiary in the form of Annex 2 here, the payment certificate. In the event the beneficiary draws on this letter of credit, this instrument will serve as the drawing instrument. So the draft is your letter of instruction. You have a certificate, and then you have your letter of credit, which is this instrument. In the event the beneficiary draws on this letter of credit, this instrument will serve as the drawing instrument. And you give them a primary or secondary instrument. So you use the birth certificate as the primary instrument for all credits. So that when they need to, if you issue them a letter of instruction, they can use that original letter of credit to draw on that primary instrument. Demands presented by facsimile. Insert facsimile number and attention. Are acceptable. The original demand draw is not required. An original letter of credit is not required. Only you may make any payment certificate and site draft under this letter of credit. So you're giving the bank the authority to make a payment certificate or a site draft under this letter of credit. So they can use your foundational certificate to create another certificate or a site draft or both. Got to understand, though, you're releasing yourself of any liabilities, and they have to understand that as well. They're releasing all liabilities. You have to understand this concept. Owe no man anything but to love one another. That is to fulfill the law. That's the true credit. All bank charges, including but not limited to fees or commissions, shall be for applicant's account. All bank charges, including but not limited to fees or commissions, shall be for applicant's account. This letter of credit shall automatically terminate and be delivered to us for cancellation on the earliest of the making by you and payment by us of the drawings in an amount equal to the maximum amount available to be made hereunder, the above stated expiration date hereof, return of the original letter of credit for cancellation, plus an email authorization from the beneficiary to cancel the letter of credit in lieu of an executed cancellation letter. I'll have to read that one again sometime here. Let me return of the original letter of credit for cancellation, plus an email authorizing from the beneficiary to cancel the letter of credit in lieu of an executed cancellation letter. So that would only apply to a cancellation of debts. As used herein, business day shall mean any day on which commercial banks are not authorized or require. Business day shall mean any day on which commercial banks are not authorized or required to close in New York. Business day shall mean any day on which commercial banks are not authorized or required to close in New York. So I got to ask, anybody in New York, and if you're in New York, do banks close in New York? I'm just curious as to this statement. Anyway, it says New York and any day such on which payments can be effected on the FedWire system. The amount which may be drawn by you under this letter of credit, which brings in, let me go back here, which brings into the concept of what the Federal Reserve banks are and how they operate. Again, remember, FedWire is 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And it's not just because of the Federal Reserve banks here in the United States, because we're on a different time scale, of course, right? Even from East Coast to West Coast. But those banks have to continue their banking operations 24/7. So while the main office or the physical building, needful place or building itself might be closed, there are other facilities or buildings or structures where people work 24/7 to allow these electronic transactions to occur. The amount which may be drawn by you under this letter of credit shall be automatically reduced by the amount of any drawings paid through us, referencing this letter of credit number. Insert letter of credit number. Partial drawings are permitted hereunder. So again, that's that $250,000 bond, allowing them to draw partially under that $250,000 bond, a $58,000 letter of credit to issue to the automobile dealership so that they get their credits and they get their percentages and everything appropriately, and the credits go to the manufacturer appropriately, and the obligations and interests of the United States are settled appropriately. And there still remains the other 142,000 credits. This letter of credit is not transferable, and except as otherwise expressly stated herein, this letter of credit. So this is when you take this out. That's when it talks about that standby letter of credit it was talking about up here. So you take out the number 9. So number 9, this letter of credit is not transferable, and except as otherwise expressly stated herein, this letter of credit is subject to the uniform customs and practice for documentary credits. Again, there's that documentary credits. The insurance credits that sit in that documentation at the Social Security under their administration and accounting of your work credits every quarter that you paid in. And they assessed and determined by your work credits certain insurance credits, and they still sit there. Nobody's accessed them. Along with the unearned income credits for the performance of the functions of public office, similarly, of certain things that you never got paid for as a principal. You know, those investments. 2007 revision. International Chamber of Commerce Publication 600. They've got a parenthesis here, but I don't see an end parenthesis. It says, provided as to matters not governed by the UCP, which is Uniform Customs and Practices, shall be governed by and construed in accordance with the laws of the state of New York and applicable U.S. federal laws. So even in California, they're using the U.S. banking law, or the United States, New York banking laws. We hereby agree with you that each duly completed payment certificate and site draft drawn under and in compliance with the terms of this letter of credit will be duly honored upon presentation to us on or before the expiry date. If documents are presented prior to 12 p.m. Eastern Time on any business day, we will honor the same in full in immediately available funds on the same business day. And if so presented after 12 p.m. Eastern Time on any business day, we will honor the same in full in immediately available funds on the next day, banking day following presentation. And that would be the 9 a.m. that we saw earlier. Very truly yours, insert name and address of issuing bank and name of contact individual. Name, insert name of issuing bank, address, insert address of issuing bank, name, insert name of contact, title, insert title of contact. Trustee, that private banker's name, the bank address, and the bank. By, executed by issuing bank, authorized signature. Now they can give the qualified signature so long as you give them the qualified documentation to sign for you as the trustee. And I guarantee you, as a trustee that knows that they're a trustee, they're going to release those liabilities according to the law because they don't want those liabilities. And they're not going to pass them on to the other party because they know that's against the law. 12 U.S.C. 411. Anything so far, Iman? I'm going to drop this link down there for anybody else that might want to join the panel.
What was the question, brother?
You got any other comments at this point? I got one more letter that we're going to look over real quick. It's a short one-pager.
No, I don't really have right now. What I'm writing down is some scriptures about loans. I'm writing down some scriptures regarding loans. And,
All right.
I'm
Well, let's
just
go ahead
putting
and take.
together clarity.
All right. Well, let's go ahead and take a look at some of these. First, we'll take a look at the Proverbs one she posted. We've got Proverbs 18:15 we already saw. Proverbs 2:10.
You still got that last document up there.
Yeah, I just switched it over. And it says, well, it's giving us 10 through 22. I don't know how that happened. We just want 2:10. There we go. When wisdom entereth into thine heart, and knowledge is pleasant unto thy soul. Yep. The importance of wisdom, folks. The importance of wisdom is having the knowledge. Again, the knowledge is the benefit. And if you truly are benefiting, then you are a pleasant soul. The other one is we've got 9:10. (9-10). Proverbs 9:10. The fear of the Lord is the beginning of wisdom, yes. And the knowledge of the holy is understanding. Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. Then we got Proverbs 1:7. And that is, fear of the Lord is the beginning of knowledge, but fools despise wisdom and instruction. And again, while we're on this one, I want to thank everybody for your time and support. I really appreciate it. And while we're on it, hit the like, share, and subscribe button down below. There is a PayPal link in the details section, so feel free to share some love there. Every little bit helps and is appreciated. Like I said, it may be a while before I get myself and my companion out from under this blanket of bullshit. We saw yesterday or the day before that it could take up to 3 years. And then we got, what is it? James, let's do we did Proverbs 9:10. No, yeah, we did Proverbs 9:10. We did Proverbs 1:7. James 3:17. Let's do King James Version. James 3:17. And it says, but the wisdom that is from above is first pure, then peaceable, gentle and easy to be entreated, full of mercy and good fruits, without partiality and without hypocrisy. And again, that's the true benefit of knowledge the true benefit is knowledge. And our true duty is to express our talents. We're not supposed to hide our talents and our knowledge. We're supposed to express them. And again, that's that without partiality. We're supposed to share them with everybody without hypocrisy, by recognizing everybody as an image and likeness. And that if you're going to teach people how to fish so they can feed themselves for a day, for crying out loud, make sure you do that abundantly and appropriately to everybody. If you truly want to profess that you're a fisher of men. And then the next one is James 1:5, and then we're gonna be done with these. She keeps dropping them in the back. I love you, sister, but we don't need too many. We don't want to get too many people scared off. But
No,
I appreciate.
I'm done. I'm done.
But I do appreciate the scriptures. So I mean, I'm
The
certainly
last
not going
ones
to.
I did was about lending. It was put on my heart to look at that, and then the scriptures were given to me for lending or loans.
All right. Because it certainly doesn't. It certainly is my thing is not to dismiss the scriptures, not at all. If any of you lack wisdom, let him ask of God, that giveth to all men liberally, and upbraideth not, and it shall be given him. Absolute. So let's get back to this one. Of course, you have your authorized signature. It says irrevocable letter of credit, site draft. Like I said, your site draft is going to be your irrevocable letter of credit, and then you got a letter of instruction, letter of credit number, and you give it a letter of credit number. That would be the credit or the number on the certificate. Okay, the security number on the certificate. Date of letter of credit, date of draft, insert bank name, address, fax number, insert contact name, and it says for value received. Remember that acceptance for value? The language is a grammar, and they do still use it. This is the venue for acceptance for value. Okay? Pay on demand to Deutsche Bank National Trust Company, DBTCA, for DBNTC as FSA for WCI Inc. USD. Wow, that was a lot. Insert amount of LODC, amount of letter of credit. You place your own amount on there. Do you understand this? Dollars USD. Insert amount of letter of credit. The amount of this draft does not exceed the amount available to be drawn from or drawn by the beneficiary under the letter of credit. We acknowledge that upon your honoring the drawing herein requested, the amount of a letter of credit available for drawing shall be automatically decreased by an amount equal to this drawing. The letter of credit available for drawing shall be automatically decreased by an amount equal to this drawing. So that sounds like you're providing a collateral document of a letter of credit to their letter of credit. so that the other party that you are selling to, that dealership, can also provide a letter of credit. And now again, everybody's operating under the obligation of a representative of value known to be an obligation of the United States. And therefore it goes to the Treasury to make such set off or discharge. Not the bank. The bank is merely instructed to do the transfers. Charged to the account of, insert applicant name, Keith Orland Little, all caps. Drawn under, insert name of bank. Letter of credit number, insert letter of credit number. Funds to be wired to, ABA routing number of the receiving bank. Insert the name of the receiving bank. Beneficiary, insert the name of the beneficiary, Keith Little. Originating bank information, OBI field. Insert the name of the originating bank information. So here you have your bank and the receiver bank. Would that be the dealership or the dealership's bank? You would have to find out from them. Very truly yours, signed by the beneficiary of the bank, or beneficiary bank, completed by the beneficiary bank, completed by the beneficiary bank, completed by the beneficiary bank. So you're going to give them a site draft letter with certain information on there, and you're going to leave certain things open for them to draw in their name. Annex 2, irrevocable letter of credit. Irrevocable letter of credit, site draft, payment certificate. The undersigned, a duly authorized officer of Deutsche Bank National Trust, hereby submits this payment certificate to the other bank with reference to the irrevocable letter of credit that I give them in connection with a winning bid in this GH allowance auction in the purchase order. And Deutsche Bank National Trust Company, Inc., as authorized and entitled to draw any amount up to the maximum amount allowed to by the attached letter of credit. The terms used herein are not specifically defined herein, which are not specifically defined herein, are defined in the letter of credit, a copy of which is annexed here too. So it's saying you can make your definitions in your letter of credit. In witness hereof, the beneficiary has executed and delivered this payment certificate as of the insert day of . I think that's pretty simple. What do you think? Yeah, Josh says standby letters of credit equals bid performance and surety. And that's what we're getting rid of with the regular letter of credit, irrevocable letter of credit, is that we're releasing the liabilities. There's no surety. The surety is already taken care of. We don't need a standby letter of credit. We're not one of those belligerent combatants. We're peaceful non-combatants that now have a better comprehension of what's going on and are moving forth to correct the record and make sure that certain things are not held in animosities, because we are truly a gift unto the nation, and in return, the nation gifted us with the citizenship to be able to walk on water, let's say.
So basically, Keith, one of the other things that you can send by letter of your credit will be based on your performance, your actions, your conduct.
Yes, and that's part of the system that he's talking about here. Is a bid bond is relative to a performance bond is relative to a payment bond. So here we see that we're issuing a letter of credit with letters of instruction and a certificate, and that's a bid. Now the bank has its own performance already obligated under their letter of credit, a bond, and now there has to be a performance bond. And we can direct all of this outside of the courts through private comprehension and directives with our knowledge base. Like I've been saying, everything's already there for you. All you have to do is learn about that 1/10 title, and when it merges with the equity title, which is 9/10 of the law, you now as holder and beneficiary, the benefactor who's meant to have that title in that commercial system, that fictional system, have the right to collapse that trust, have those credits transferred, and use those credits according to your intents and purposes. And that's all we're doing, because we don't really have the qualifications to act as trustee. But because the system requires us to make a claim, we have to make sure that our claim is recognized as the benefactor so that the claim can be completed. Again, that's one of the problems with this debt system, is things are going out there and they're not coming back. And so a true credit is the circulation. It goes out and it comes back. How can it be going out and not coming back? Again, remember, we have a credit score, but nobody asks about a debit score. Where's that at? That will show that it's not coming back and it's being placed against the United States. Look at your receipts. I've got so many receipts where I went out and bought something. I don't care what kind of card I used, and it came back U.S. debit. So the next one and the last one, we got a sample letter of credit here. And again, this one says irrevocable standby letter of credit, but we don't have to use it as a standby letter of credit. We can, and of course, there's never anything wrong with that, recognizing that you're not a standalone bank, so you can certainly qualify it as a standby letter of credit. But again, qualify where the credits are already at, and it doesn't matter if it's a standby or not. It's just a qualifying term that if something does go wrong, then you can reissue. And again, that's that language in that treasury stamp that we saw. New issue or reissue. So it says, irrevocable standby letter of credit. Let me blow this up a little bit so it's a little easier for everybody to see. It says sample letter of credit, date of issue, irrevocable standby letter of credit number, and then you have your number, for amount, cash on demand, CAD, cash on demand. Could be credit on deposit. Could be credit on deposit, cash on demand, or it's not on, is it? Credit advance deposit. Beneficiary, applicant. The receiver for the receiver general for Canada as represented by the director. Oil and Gas Management Directorate, Northern Oil and Gas Branch, Department of Indian Affairs and Northern Development. The street says amount in words, Canadian dollars. Expiry date at our counters in Ottawa, Ontario, at the request of and for the account of our customer, Keith Orland Little Trust, or the Keith Orland Little FBU Trust, whichever one I end up using. The customer, we hereby establish in the beneficiary's favor our irrevocable standby letter of credit number for a sum not exceeding in the aggregate amount, This credit is given in support of the customer's agreement with the Oil and Gas Management Directorate, Northern Oil and Gas Branch, Northern Affairs Sector, Department of Indian Affairs, and Northern Development Exploration License Number, and relates to the terms and conditions in the license dated, equal in the amount of the sum of this credit. So you can do the same thing with your own utility company. And again, remember, if you're the principal, and you give them the directive, and that's actually an investment, as a principal, you're going to get a return on it. So they're actually going to extend those credits so that the oil company can use those credits to do that investment. But as principal, and they're going to turn around and cut you a check. See how those credits return then? So you pay the utility company $140 a month on a standby letter of credit. Every month they get $140 in credits to invest. In that investment, they turn around and have to pay you your principal amount. So the credits come back to you. In the event that the exploration license has not yet been issued, then refer to parcel number, da-da-da. Our obligation to pay is irrevocable, absolute, and unconditional, and in furtherance and support thereof, and without limiting the irrevocable, absolute, and unconditional nature of our obligations to the beneficiary hereunder. Keith Little is the beneficiary established through the enumeration at birth, entitled Keith Orland Little at the federal level as a national United States citizen. The resident is the Keith Little at the state level. And it's unconditional and in compliance of that very nature, of the nature of the documentation. So again, it's just a matter of the nature of how this circulatory system is supposed to work and fulfilling that. Any demand by the beneficiary shall be honored without any inquiry as to the beneficiary's rights to make such demand, without regard to or recognition of any contractual rights, claims, or defenses, legal or equitable, of the customer against the beneficiary, and without regard to any other defense to the beneficiary's demand for payment arising as a result of any dispute between the beneficiary and the customer, or between the customer and ourselves. Okay? Read that again. Our obligation to pay is irrevocable, absolute, and unconditional, and in furtherance and support thereof, and without limiting the irrevocable, absolute, and unconditional nature of our obligations to the beneficiary. We are a gift unto the nations, and that beneficiary, the record, the United States citizenship that we're allowed to use in this usufruct, the nature of that is an obligation or other security of the United States who granted it. Any demand by the beneficiary shall be honored without any unconditional nature of our obligations to the beneficiary hereunder. Any demand by the beneficiary shall be honored without any inquiry as to the beneficiary's rights to make such demand, without regard to or recognition of any contractual rights. Why would it say without regard to or recognition of any contractual rights? Because we're not talking about contracts now. We're talking about the trust, and the bank is considering themselves the beneficiary. So in that beneficiary, you have to qualify the guarantee of the United States by mentioning the guarantee of the United States and letting them know that under that contract, under these contracts, organized under the laws of the United States, those obligations have to be fulfilled. All the documentation, the contracts, those have to be fulfilled under the trust of the United States. Shall be honored without any inquiry as to the beneficiary's rights to make such demand, because if they're holding that letter of credit and that certificate and that letter of instruction, they, as holder in due course, now have a right to enforce it. But again, they cannot enforce it outside of the laws of the United States. They must follow those laws. Now they're bound as a beneficiary in order for them to benefit and receive a portion or percentage of that bond, that instrumentality. They have to follow the laws of the United States. without regard or recognition of any contractual rights, claims, or defenses, legal or equitable, of the customer against the beneficiary. Why would I make a claim against the beneficiary unless that beneficiary took that document from the grantee, the state, and didn't use it appropriately? So again, if the grantee is truly the United States, of the United States citizenship, and they're using that residency bullshit through the state as a conflict of interest between myself as a customer or a consumer or a beneficiary, or anything, all it takes is me to correct that record. And without regard to any other defense to the beneficiary's demand for payment, because they can't demand that payment from you. They can only demand that payment from the United States now if you make mention of that United States and their obligation. That's why it's important to understand this. Arising as a result of any dispute between the beneficiary and the customer, or between the customer and ourselves. Payment under this irrevocable standby letter of credit shall be available to the beneficiary on site against presentation by the beneficiary to issuing bank name and address of a written demand for payment, which demand we shall honor without inquiring whether the beneficiary has a right as between the beneficiary and the customer to make such a demand, without recognizing any claims of the customer, and without raising any defense arising as between the customer and ourselves, accompanied by a certification signed by the beneficiary or an authorized representative that the customer is in default under the terms of the license. So if I'm the benefactor and I give to the beneficiary, what did I give to the bank? Remember, the beneficiary, that they're claiming that they're the beneficiary, but they're only a holder of a record. That's the true beneficiary. What did I give to the bank? The records that I gave to the bank is what they're holding, and that's why they call themselves the beneficiary, because they received the property that they're supposed to hold, that they can get their interest out of, their percentage. But they have to follow the laws in order to do so, and they cannot make a claim against the customer, and the customer cannot make a claim against them, because they're all bound, equally considered to equally benefit. Partial drawings are permitted. It is understood that the bank is obligated under this credit to pay to the payment of monies only and not the performance of the license. See, the performance is required, and they get a payment of the monies and not the performance of the license. See, I don't get payment for my obligation to fulfill that, do I? If that were the case, then I would be able to make my own demand for payment for my forced labor. It is the condition, but again, that's controversy. You got to learn how to, if you want to receive equity, you must bring equity. So if you're the true one bringing it, then you've already got it, and in order for you to get it back, you have to do this stuff. It's your own obligation. Understand that. It is a condition of this letter of credit that it shall be deemed to be automatically extended. See where your credit is extended now? It shall be deemed, the language is specific, folks, and they use this language for a reason. Shall be deemed to be automatically extended without amendment for 1 year from the present or any future expiration date thereof, unless 120 days prior to any such date, we shall notify the beneficiary in writing at the address noted above by certified mail that we elect not to consider this letter of credit renewed for any such additional period. So basically what you got to do is you got to give them 120-day prior notice that you're not going to renew it. Otherwise, it rolls over into a month to month, like I explained earlier with your phone contracts and your rental agreements and stuff. Upon receipt by you of such notice, you may draw by means of your written demand accompanied by your above written certificate. This irrevocable standby letter of credit is subject to the uniform customs and practices for documentary credits. Again, it's all documents. That's where the liability rides. That's where the credits lie. That's where the debits are recorded. That's where the credits are recorded. It's not recorded in your damn pocket. You don't have any tattoos of a ledger on you showing your balance of life. International Chamber of Commerce publication number 500. Notwithstanding Article 17 of said publication, if this documentary credit expires during an interruption of business as described in Article 17, we agree to effect payment if this documentary credit is drawn on us within 15 days after resumption of business. So I imagine I'll be picking up a 1993 version of the International Chamber of Commerce publication number 500 pertaining to letters of credit. And that brings us to the end of our presentation tonight. Been going, 4 hours. And I do want to apologize before we go any further. I did have something marked that I was going to be doing this morning, and I did not do so. I found out I needed to do a little bit more research, and I may extend it even yet again, but it's set up for tomorrow at 1 p.m. in the afternoon, I believe, on indigenous government and military government. And like I've been saying, folks, we are under a military government. No matter what you might think, we are under a military government. And, oops. And so I want to apologize for delaying that, getting people up and wanting to, or anticipating it to be a stream coming up, particularly today.
I have a question for you.
We'll be doing that tomorrow. Go ahead, sister.
The question that I have for you, so in this usufruct system where securities, people don't know that everything that they do is in a contractual form. Are they setting up the people who are taking advantage of the righteous to be caught with these processes that you talked about today?
I really don't know.
Okay,
All
because
I
if
know
they
is
have
that.
if
Go
they
ahead.
have to if in order to perform it to your best capabilities, that means, and your word is bond and your letter of credit is bond, that means you would have to perform accordingly, and that means all party will have to have letters of credit to show that they are worthy, correct?
Yes, and that's why I was explaining that the dealership has to have a letter of credit, the bank has to have a letter of credit, and why don't you have a letter of credit? See, if all parties have a letter of credit, that's truly what's allowing the transaction to happen and be noted as not trading with the enemy, not in violation of the espionage laws, not in violation of the Patriot Act. And we have to understand or comprehend the importance of that conference of a nationality and what we can use it for. We gave them data elements to use. They gave us something in return to use. It's a matter of like use. Credit. On credit. They get to operate on credit because they have no assets. Why do I have to operate on assets? I don't. It's none of their business what I have as assets, because we're all allowed to operate on credits. And I'm telling you, you're working out here for these different, quote, employment situations with that initial documentation saying that you're a Medicare qualified government employee and you've been paying into an insurance program all your life because of that, and that's establishing insurance credits. They know this. Why don't you? So anyway, that brings us to the end of our presentation. I want to read Josh Jonio's comment here. It says, harmonized tariff schedule 4097, letters and documents, bearer instruments. The treasurer can accept stamps. Well, yeah, especially if they can accept a bill or a statement. Got one here. A statement. Dang it. Let's take it off here real quick. Got a statement real quick. Got that nice little coupon on the bottom. Got a bunch of stuff on the other side. But then it's got this nice piece. And then it's blank on the back. And on this nice piece, it's got your responsibility, $3. But it says patient responsible, $3. Am I the patient? Patient responsible is all uppercase. Charity write-off of $27. Who's giving a charity write-off of $27, and why are they not giving a full charity write-off? I mean, isn't that what we're supposed to be working in, quid quo pro? But then it says amount charged, $931.13. Payment adjustments, minus 27. And I don't see how it's minus 27. Because their figures are obviously off. If they take 27 from 931, it would leave not 923.95. It would leave a 13-cent balance somewhere. So then they have, well, let's just show you. You can see their mathematics is off a little bit. Okay? 931.13. And if there's an adjustment of $27, you take $27 away from 931.13, you don't get 923.95. Nor do you get 13.18. And if there's an adjustment of minus $27, and somebody's responsible for $3, where does the 13.18 come from? So rather than me deal with it as a customer, see, I'm not the customer. This is my companion's. I'm her trustee. So I get to qualify the instrument for her. And I'm hoping I can do it correctly. Because I certainly, as the trustee of my companion, certainly wouldn't be doing it on purpose to harm her. I certainly wouldn't be doing it on purpose to make benefit of me off my own damn companion. I mean, you can think I'm living off my companion all you want, but if I'm trying to help her save bills and not bringing money into the household, am I truly living off of her, or am I providing another way to live without having to pay bills? And if I don't have bills to pay, then why would I need to bring money into the house to pay bills that don't need to be paid? I think people get confused by this monetary system and don't understand how confused they've been, how indoctrinated they become to this monetary system that says you have to work in order to get a piece of paper to negotiate with somebody else, when you can learn how to negotiate orally. In the beginning was the word, and it was oral long before it was written. And I think that's the true benefit, again, is that knowledge of learning how to speak your piece. And so with that, Learning how to put those terms down there on that piece of paper is the stamp. The treasurer can accept stamps, so can you. Everybody can do it. Again, that prepaid postage indicia, it's just a matter of expressing the venue and how it's supposed to transfer through it. So with that, we're done. You got anything else to say, sister?
No, I'm good. I'm just going to do some reading and some meditating and call it George.
Well, I appreciate, again, your support coming up on panel. I hope as time goes by and we get better at this, more and more people will join us. And like I said, folks, tomorrow's the beginning of the week. I've got the birth certificate and various different things that I'm going to be working on. Hopefully I'll be able to finally talk to a medallion stamp signature guarantee banker tomorrow and get moving on that stuff to finally establish a bank account myself. So we'll let you know how that goes. And hopefully I'll be able to do it without having to have a state issued ID, by being able to present certain foundational documents of my nationality. So we'll think about that. And like I said, I'll be bringing some more information out about that, but it's a private process. So I'm not actually going to be showing you certain things, but I will be keeping you up to date with my progress. And then when it's all finalized, I'll have a better concept of exactly how this works, so we can start walking people through this documentation themselves. So again, I want to thank everybody for your support. And remember, I love you. I don't give a rat's ass whether you love me back. And that's to say I don't care if you hate me. So may God bless you, and have a good night, everybody.